We bought AirAsia with 2 planes and 217 terrified staff. We actually bought the airline 3 days after 9/11 and took it over on December the 8th, 2001. Over the last 14 years, we have gone from 2 planes to now we have 200 planes. And in the first year, we carried 200,000 passengers, and this year we will carry 55 million passengers. And it shows you the huge potential in Southeast Asia. We now have 9 airlines, and since we've started, we've carried 300 million guests. It has been far from easy doing this, but it shows you the potential. I've had every calamity known to mankind: high oil, low oil, SARS, bombs, foreign governments blocking us, national carriers. But there's always been a way. And I think that's the amazing thing about Southeast Asia, that you always find a way to market yourself. I don't know if you remember SARS. During SARS, everyone thought they were going to die if they flew. And most airlines cut their flights. So I told my staff, look, this is the best time to go build our brand. Triple our advertising. Because no one else is advertising, it's the best time to do it. And my staff thought, he's finally gone mad, you know. But I said, no, do it, do it, do it. We dropped the fare, because I knew Malaysians very well. If you put a fare low enough, they'll risk their lives. Okay? 800 ringgit to Kota Kinabalu, no, I'm not going to go. 80 ringgit, who cares? I'm going. So, you know, we always found a way to get through these calamities. And I think that shows the resilience of Southeast Asia. And that's how we've been able to grow from 2 planes to now 200 planes in 14 years. The propensity to consume, the propensity to start new things is immense. And over the last 7 years, we've won the world's best low-cost carrier 7 times in a row, which has been something we're pretty proud about. And last week, we won Asia's best cabin crew. We fulfilled a fantasy of mine that we beat Singapore Airlines. So there's a new girl in town. She's twice the fun and half the price. We beat the Singapore girl. So low cost doesn't mean low quality. And I think this is what excites us. You know, we've been able to create these 55 million passengers in a year, really through starting routes that were never done before. And I think that's what shows you the potential of this market. 60% of our routes are routes that were never flown before, and we've created destinations that just weren't destinations before. An airport in Indonesia called Bandung, no one flew there before. I used to record music there in my last life, and so I started to fly there. And you know, over the last 13 years, when we first started, we were the only airline flying there. And now there are about 32 airlines flying there. We ourselves have 32 flights going to Bandung every day. So it shows you the huge potential in Southeast Asia, and we see enormous potential in the Philippines, Vietnam, and Indonesia going forward. And we've created this ASEAN tourism market where people from Philippines never flew to Thailand, or Thais going to Philippines. And that shows you this potential of this huge market in Southeast Asia. When everyone talks about Asia, they think of China and India. But really, we have, in Southeast Asia, 600 million people. It's a fantastic market. And if you think in 14 years, we've gone from 2 planes to 200 planes, really driven out of Southeast Asia, it shows you the enormous potential of this market. And innovation comes in different ways: new routes, technology, the way you manage people, which I'll end my presentation on. You know, we flew to Macau from Southeast Asia, which was never done before. I remember doing a cheeky ad: at least you have a low fare to take you home when you lose all your money. And I think that kind of innovation has been the bread and butter of what AirAsia has done over the last 14 years. So why do I think ASEAN has it all? Really, it's the people. I think our biggest strength in this part of the world is the people. It's been hard building an ASEAN brand. You know, I remember when I first went up to Thailand the pilots refused to go in the same bus as our cabin crew because they said it was beneath them, they needed their own bus. In Malaysia, it's the other way around. The pilots refused to go in the bus unless the cabin crew were there. And I won't tell you what the Indonesians want. So, but we were headstrong in making sure that we built this ASEAN brand. And really, we've created a culture where it doesn't matter where you're from in Southeast Asia, you see yourself as ASEAN, which hasn't been easy to do. And the enormous potential of our people has enabled us to grow from this 2 planes to 200 planes. And we've done it in strange ways. So, I generally, in the old days, I used to carry bags once a month. I used to check in and I'd be a cabin crew. I didn't think you could be an effective CEO unless you got down to the ground and knew what was happening. And I wanted to meet my staff because I knew that I couldn't find talent in the conventional way. So, I'll give you 2 quick examples. When I was carrying bags, we used to be on the 737, and we used to just throw the bags in. I mean, not throw the bags in, lovingly put the bags in. Nice bag, go in. And when we went to the Airbus, it was 2 inches taller, and we couldn't lovingly put the bag in. So the guys asked me to buy belt loaders. I went, no, we can't afford it. You can't buy belt loaders. So when I was next on carrying bags, they put me on the flights to Indonesia. Now, people who generally fly with us fly with their house. People who fly to Indonesia fly with their neighbor's house as well. So I kind of almost broke my back in this process. And I went, all right, guys, I'm wrong. You're right. So we bought belt loaders. But I met so many great people in my company who had left school at 13 or 14, but were much, much smarter than me. So we allowed, our first cadet pilot program, we allowed anyone to take part in it. Didn't matter when you went to school, when you left. And this is my main insight, that your biggest resource is actually staring right in front of you. It's the people in your organization. Our first 19 cadets, 11 of them came from different areas, store boys, accounts clerks, etc. And I'll put up one. His name, they've gone the other way around. Never mind. On the far right, Coogan was a dispatch boy who left school at 14. And now he's a pilot in AirAsia. And we have about 32 pilots who left school when they were 13 or 14. And we have one boy who carried bags for us, who doesn't like to be known. And he had the highest ever marks in Malaysian Flying Academy, and he's now a captain. So you join to carry bags, and now you're a captain of a brand new A320. And we've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of examples of that. And I think that's Southeast Asia's biggest strength, is the people within the organization. And that girl on the left, I met her in the bar when I was having a Ribena. And she said, my dream is to be a pilot. And at that point, we didn't have female pilots. And I went to my chief pilot and said, why are there no female pilots? And he came up with the most ridiculous answer I've ever heard. And I said, if a woman can run a country, she can certainly fly a plane. And today we have 45 female pilots. And the other day was history. Captain was female, co-pilot was female, all the cabin crew were female, and all the passengers were male. That last bit's not quite true. But again, Southeast Asia was missing out a huge talent pool of women, and of our top 10 executives, and one of my CEOs, the chairman is here, Ma'an, women dominate AirAsia. And this girl's a fantastic story. She was a cabin crew. She came up to me in the bar and said, my dream's to be a pilot. I said, go for it. She was a very smart girl, so she got in easily. Then she calls me up and says, everyone says I'm really beautiful. Can I take part in Miss Thailand? I said, interesting concept. Okay, if you win, I get to use your photograph for the rest of your life for free. She won Miss Thailand. She took part in Miss Universe. She came 5th in Miss Universe. And now she's a captain in AirAsia. So we're the only airline in the world with a Miss Thailand flying for them. Beat that, Singapore Airlines. But the moral of the story is, if we didn't have the kind of structure we did, she never would have had the courage to ask. So, you know, I dressed up today because Tony was very strict about what I wore. I bought my trousers in Marks and Spencer's down the road. But generally, I dress down, because if you look worse than your staff, then they feel very comfortable talking to you. Generally, in the airport, though, they think I'm an illegal immigrant, but I'll deal with that. So I just want to finish off real quick. Why do I see the huge potential of ASEAN, and why do I hope all the leaders get together to see that if we get together and put down nationalistic differences, the potential can be massive for the people of Southeast Asia. Putting people first as opposed to nationalism, everyone will win. Europe has about slightly less people than Southeast Asia, has 4,350 aircraft and 880 million air travelers. That's ASEAN, with 1,600 aircraft and 233 million people. Could be much larger if we broke down these nationalistic walls. We're still fighting for open skies. We still want a regulator that creates ASEAN as one. It would be much better like Europe if we had one sky. So there is huge potential in ASEAN, and it's down to the leaders. It's down to businesses as well to put down their protectionism and nationalism to really build the benefits. We've built an ASEAN company, but we could be much bigger, and there could be many more. The Cebus, the Lions, the Tigers could all have a much larger market, create much more jobs, create much more economic. So my appeal here and my insight is, we have great people, allow those people to build great companies in Southeast Asia that benefits it all. So that's it for me. 10 minutes is up. I'm on time, just like AirAsia, generally. You know, it took me 3 years to get the ASEAN logo on my plane to show how difficult it is, but we never give up. We never give up. And I'm the world's biggest dreamer. And yesterday, I had an amazing dream. You know, I was the only car on Rojas Boulevard. It was like having sex. You know, it was unbelievable. I want to applaud the Philippine organizers and Philippines for an amazing transformation in this country. I'm so proud to have an airline here, and I think you really are the leading light of Southeast Asia and ASEAN, and many governments could learn a lot from you guys. Thank you very much, and see you on a flight.
Thank you very much, Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Tony another round of applause for that wonderful insight on people, ASEAN, and the power of persistence. Thank you very much for all staying in your seats. We're going to quickly move on to the next session. Coming up, we have a very important discussion with the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea on the future of Asia-Pacific growth. Please welcome your moderator to the session, Haslinda Amin of Bloomberg Television. Please give her a warm welcome.
Good morning. Tony is really a hard act to follow. Now, we're talking about the uncertainty in the world. China's devaluation sent markets into a tailspin. Cash made an exit. Many people thought that China's move was a sign that it was growing slower than most of us expected. Well, now it's expected to grow at the slowest pace in 25 years, so there is reason to be concerned. Add to that, you have a commodities rout and a Fed that's about to raise rates, possibly next month. So given that uncertainty, given that scenario, where can you find growth? Where will you find growth? What are the policy implications for economic reform? And also, has business as usual run its course? Do we have to do things differently? Possibly, but don't take it from me. Let's introduce to you our panelists today. Please join me in welcoming Peter O'Neill, Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea. Raymond McDaniel, Moody's CEO. Scott Price, Walmart Asia CEO. And Mark Tucker, AIA CEO. Gentlemen, please. Now let's get a brief overview of the uncertainty that we face in the world today. Prime Minister O'Neill, perhaps you can start the ball rolling.
Thank you very much, and once again, thank you for having me here today on this panel. As we did in Beijing the last time, it's a great honor for me to be here today. Papua New Guinea, just like any other country in the region, we are equally affected by the slowdown in the global economy and the growth rates that we are facing today, particularly in areas where some of our big trading partners like China, Japan, Australia, many of these economies are facing challenges that many of us also face. We are more exposed because of the dependency that we have. Papua New Guinea is an economy that's very much involved in the development of minerals and petroleum sector, which exports to China and many of the countries in the region. With the global commodity prices coming down, it has greatly affected the way we do business. As a result, we had to take some drastic decisions that we need to realign our economy, trying to grow other sectors of the economy like agriculture and tourism, and of course trying to maintain the growth levels that we have been achieving over the past 14 years. We have on average achieved about 8% growth per annum over that time. We expect to achieve that this year and next year. But to maintain that levels of growth, we must realign the economy and of course ensure that we create jobs and work closely with business and of course calculate the way government does its own business in providing services to, in particular in social programs like health, education, and so forth. So that is why we believe that in the region, we have a greatest opportunity, unlike many other regions in the world, that we can continue to lead the global economy and try and make sure we achieve the growth that we have been achieving over the past few years. That way we can be able to continue to open up opportunities for many of our citizens. Like many of the countries in the region, we have a very large population who live in rural communities, and to get them into a formal economy is a great challenge. Getting them to participate in small to medium enterprises. Those are areas that we are looking to develop even further, and this is a great opportunity attending meetings like APEC for us to achieve that. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me to join you on this panel.
Scott, your initial thoughts on the uncertainty we face today?
Well, it's a timely topic. I think that despite some of the economic challenges, the vast majority of companies probably expect more than 50% of their growth to be coming from the APEC economies over the next several years. Certainly that's true for Walmart. If we were to look at the countries in which we do business, it is growth, but chasing growth in the right way. So profitable growth done in a very compliant way for our customers, things like food safety, authentic product are critical. So I think that we are still obviously optimistic about growth, but there's two game changers that we see that are beginning to occur. So the first is e-commerce and the role that technology is playing in terms of the impact that it has upon growth. We see as a traditional bricks and mortar retailer that has very aggressively entered into the technology area. Recently finished an acquisition in China of an online retailer called Yihaodian. And this online to offline, this combination of the physical and the digital, giving customers more choice. Because frankly, even in economic hard times, customers are pretty consistent as in good time. Quality products at a low price. But I think the second game changer really is around the area of trade facilitation. The TPP will have a meaningful impact. We've done surveys in our countries. I'll use Japan as an example, where tariffs around beef all the way down to ice cream, that as Japan progresses down the road with the implementation of the tariff reductions, our average customer in Japan can save $320 a year in their shopping. So it's important. So these high quality 21st century trade deals, really it's a trade deal with a dress code, are important. But for business, if I were to look at some of the things that have come out with APEC, it is the public-private partnership. So even with the implementation of TPP, the devil's in the detail. So the processes, the paperwork, how you go about actually importing and exporting. I think that there needs to be a pre and a post TPP implementation partnership between the public and the private if we truly are going to get growth re-kicked again.
All right. Raymond?
Over the last couple of days, I've had quite a number of conversations about the slowdown in growth in the region. And looking at this, stepping back and looking at this from a more global perspective, we are still, Moody's is still quite confident in the growth opportunities in the region. As we look at our sovereign ratings, we see a great deal of stability. It's the only region where we have more positive outlooks than negative outlooks. Asia-Pacific economies are coming to this slowdown, this period of slower growth from a position of real strength. And so certainly on a relative basis are poised to do better than most other regions of the world. And that's a real cause for optimism. We also see the opportunity for continued growth within the current framework of regional integration, regional trade, and capital formation. Certainly in the longer run, looking for enhancements at a systemic level, deepen the integration, whether it's through TPP or other mechanisms, we think is really the path forward. And in doing so, improving the quality of information, the availability of information, whether it's about corporations or municipalities, to facilitate confidence in regional capital transfers, in trade. And that's really a reason for further long-term optimism as we look at the region. In comparison with other regions, whether it's Europe or elsewhere, there is a longer runway, a longer period in which to make adjustments before it would have a further impact on growth. And so we are, as I said, reasonably optimistic about the region's ability to move through this period of slower growth.
Mark?
I think just to reiterate what the colleagues on the panel have said, we think that the fears about Asia growth are overdone, and it hasn't run its course. And we think so for a number of reasons, both positive and negative. And the negative is, in a sense, of what Asia does not have and the advantages it has. It doesn't have regulatory overkill, which Europe and certainly the financial services industry between Solvency II and Basel III has taken root. In Asia, we don't have the same level of restrictions. We don't have the necessity also, the prudent pace and the practical aims of the ASEAN grouping is much more pragmatic than sort of the rigor and the strict discipline within the Eurozone. which again gives us some advantage flexibility. We don't have the dependence on OPEC and oil that others do, and by and large, clearly there are exceptions, but cheaper oil prices are an advantage to the region. Security is another element. Terrorism and extremism are very low in the region, again, compared to others, which itself is a remarkable achievement. And I think also we don't have the same concerns of China's hard landing. The closer you are to China, the less concerns you have. The further away, the greater concerns you have about China. And again, our confidence in China and its growth is immense. Just three positives. The first is there is a clear development path, a clear development trajectory in Asia, where countries sort of go up an up escalator. And we can take PNG, for example, going up to Malaysia, going up to Korea, and people moving up the chain. And I say that path is clear. And Asia has managed the external shocks of 97 and 2008 exceptionally well. Not easy, but I think it's, again, the clear development path is there. The second is that there are identifiable pools of capital. So there is availability of capital, current account surpluses, interregional investment. Savings and investment locally will produce pools of capital. And as an insurance company, we see this every day, the accumulation of these pools of capital. And the third element is ensuring you've got bankable and investable projects to invest in. And we take the Philippines as an example. We collect peso every day. We invest in infrastructure through Manila Water, through the toll roads, through Cebu Energy. The ADB do a similar thing on an international basis. AIAB, again, will do a similar thing. So these elements are in place, give us enormous comfort for the future, not without its challenges, but we remain very positive both on an absolute and a relative basis.
Well, there seems to be a fair bit of optimism when it comes to China, but the World Bank has come out to say there is risk that could be a sharp downturn in China's growth. And also there are questions whether China's transition will be successful, which we hope will be. Raymond, your thoughts on that and why you remain optimistic despite some doubt?
Clearly there is risk. Taking an economy the size of China's, going through the kind of transformation to a consumer consumption-oriented economy, with a more decisive role for market forces is a Herculean task. It really is. That being said, it's our view that Chinese policymakers and the authorities have been doing a pretty good job of that. There is a balance that has to continue to go on over a number of years between liberalization and reform and maintaining stability and maintaining growth in the face of this kind of transition. Nonetheless, we think the central scenario, the most likely case, is that this is going to be managed and it's going to be managed effectively. There is no way that I can see to de-risk that. So it's a question of execution and the ability to continue to make more right decisions than wrong decisions, and the ability to course correct as need be. And I think China is very aware of that, and I think they have the capacity to do so.
We're talking about sustaining growth. Prime Minister O'Neill, your economy is highly reliant on commodities. What are you doing differently to diversify the economy? How soon can you do that?
Well, we basically reorganize, and our government does business with business community and the private sector. It is important for us to know that governments have always, for many reasons or the other, have added cost to the private sector doing business in some of our respective economies. One way our government tries to do is work closely with the business community in establishing policies that is going to make it easier for them to do business in our country. We want to also have a stable fiscal and monetary policies that is predictable. so that businesses who are doing business there in our country do not feel that there will be continuous changes in the way government sets out some of these policies into the long term. We have also heavily invested in infrastructure, which business requires to grow, particularly in road infrastructure, in seaports and airports. We are taking this time to reinvest in those areas when there's a bit of a slowdown in the private sector investment in the economy. Government is taking up that, adding some stimulus into the economy, and of course, added to that, we are investing heavily in education, trying to have the right skill base that business will require in order for it to grow their activities in whatever sector they are involved in. So we are recalculating the way we grow our economy into the future. Our aim is to maintain a stable growth level, which is predictable, which will continue to provide opportunities for our citizens, and of course, build on the successes that we have had.
Can you build the kind of growth that can trickle down and benefit the poor in your country? Because about 70% of your population still live in rural areas.
Our country is just 40 years old today since assuming independence. So trying to transition a country from a very traditional society to a modern one with a modern economy is quite challenging itself. Also, with the population quite small for the size of our country, 8 million people, 70% of them living in a rural setting, getting government services and access to opportunities in business and the economy is quite challenging. But I know that over the next 5 to 10 years, we have now got enough political stability in policies that will enable the growth that we are achieving today to continue to be maintained.
Scott, earlier you talked about how you're tapping technology to ensure the business stays relevant in the future. Has it been difficult?
No, I think that, once you have the platform, it's really just about creating the compelling assortment that brings e-commerce on. The investments that we've made in Yihaodian, for example, in China, going back to that example, have been basically leveraging a great technology platform, but it's basically driving traffic and then completing the last mile delivery. And what we're finding in China, much like we're finding in other urban cities, in tier 1 cities in China with Shanghai and Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Beijing, is that an apartment dweller, for example, struggles to be able to have a delivery and have someone at home, especially if they're young professionals. And this is where we see the opportunity of this O2O, which President Xi Jinping has talked about, the online to the offline, which is an online order can actually have multiple ways to be transacted, either delivered to your home or picked up at one of our stores, or to click and collect or a pickup point. And I think it's establishing that network, to me, which is an important part. So we haven't found it difficult, but there is an enormous amount of investment in infrastructure. And we're long in China. Yes, there's risks, but I generally find, most risk-free investments are rather unattractive returns. For us, we think that the risk return is very attractive still in China.
Mark, have you had to tweak your strategy given a slowing China and changing dynamics in the Asia-Pac region?
I think our business is a business where the underlying factors are structural drivers that are not going to be changed by any short-term economic effects. So underlying our business is the change in demographics, is the urbanization, is the emerging middle classes, are the savings rates, the protection rates. These are going to happen as Asia continues to grow and develop. These factors will be there. And if you look at the future, I think the work we've done shows that there'll be twice the urban population, 4 times the total population, 8 times the spending power of the G7 by 2020, which is another $3.8 trillion of spending coming into the economies. It's 1/6 of government spending on social care. It's 1/16 of healthcare. All of these factors are exceptionally positive factors for the business that we are in, which is a medium to long-term financial services business. So short-term fluctuations in the economies make little difference to us. When we, on the asset side, when we buy bonds, we hold to maturity. We don't trade. We're long-term investors in stock markets. So underlying this, say, short-term fluctuations don't concern us. We've been around in Asia for 100 years, and we're very confident that the future is going to be even brighter.
Mark talks about demographic dividends. It could be demographic bane as well, if not managed properly, Raymond. Isn't that true? I mean, what if employment or jobs can't be created, for instance? That could be detrimental to some of the economies, the emerging economies in particular.
Well, there are a range of challenges. Demographics are certainly included. The need to continue to create jobs at scale remains a priority, and it's going to. This is facilitated by improvements in the system, if you will, the economic system, the deepening of the integration, as I had mentioned before, the facilitation of capital flows, not only within a jurisdiction or within an economy, but across jurisdictions. All of this leads to positive or virtuous circle as far as growth being tied to social enhancements, economic growth being tied to social enhancements, being tied back to economic growth. And so it's again, it's a risk, but it's an opportunity. And the region shows a great deal of opportunity from that perspective. As I mentioned in the context of China, we can't de-risk the development of markets, but we can be aware and manage it carefully.
And how are you managing that, Prime Minister O'Neill? I mean, we talk about job creation. It's not just about jobs, but jobs which will be relevant for a future economy.
What we're trying to do is in our country is basically trying to create jobs that will complement industries that we already have. For instance, the petrochemical industry. We are trying to develop that because we've got a very large reserves in gas, which can create thousands of jobs for our people. Secondly, we are creating a agricultural sector, developing that to make sure that we have small to medium enterprises participate meaningfully. Where our land is traditionally owned by communal ownership, we're trying to get communities to participate in development of large-scale agricultural activities and produce where they participate meaningfully by utilization of their land as well. For governments, we're trying to also provide much better and concessional capital to many of the small farmers, so which will enable them to have access to credit where they are not able to do so in the normal commercial financing arrangements that we expect people to conduct themselves. But in the instance where rural communities are not able to have easy access to credit, we must participate by providing such concessional terms to borrowers who are able to develop agriculture and tourism and other small to medium enterprises, which will create jobs, lift standards of living, and provide opportunities for families.
Yeah, I just, we overplay this risk. I mean, the average age of this audience is probably skewing to a little over 40, right? This isn't our first time. 97, there was an enormous economic challenge, 2008, 2009. I think the reality is, if you look back in the last 20 years in the Asia-Pacific region, poverty has reduced. You've seen a burgeoning middle class grow, increase. Healthcare has improved. So I just think that competent governments and public-private partnership can go a long way to mitigating all of these risks. And if one were to look at the last 20 years and project forward, if we have the same gains of the last 20 years over the next 20 years, I think we'll be fine.
Earlier we talked, I think Raymond mentioned TPP. Trade liberalization becomes even more important when growth is slowing and when trade is easing in the world. What trends are you seeing right now? I mean, are economies getting more nationalistic as the need to globalize increases?
Yeah, I mean, there is the irony of trade globalizing, the movement of goods and capital becoming easier. At the same time, there are protectionist actions going on in response to exactly this globalization of trade, and it's understandable, in my opinion. There is no way to create only winners, and so it's a question of creating more winners than losers, and making sure that there is an appropriate social and economic safety net as this transformative process goes on. Governments are working very hard to try and balance these trends. It's not for lack of awareness, but it is challenging, and that is simply going to be in my view, it is simply going to be a part of what has to be managed, because the choice of doing nothing is really not an acceptable choice, and is not going to contribute to economic or social prosperity and in the future. So,
how are you both navigating it, Mark and Scott? I mean, under such an environment.
Well, you know, if you look at the shape of the TPP, you know, it is in essence reducing protectionism that already exists, and it's a transitional process. It isn't an overnight process. I think that it has been proven time and time again that open economies and a market economy has a far greater access to growth than those who are steeped in a higher level of protectionism. I think in challenging times where there may be a lot more concern about the risks, et cetera, you might see a little bit of backsliding, but in general, certainly if we were to look at the markets from which we source, the markets in which we operate retail, we don't see protectionism rearing. I don't believe that it is something that is used as a mechanism to protect markets to the extent it used to be.
Yeah, I think history tells us that opening up goods and services, opening up IP is positive and constructive for growth. And I think the theme of this conference is, or this summit is about inclusive growth, which is critical. And I think to all the points that have been made, it's important that it's inclusive rather than exclusive. And TPP could be argued as being exclusive. And the more inclusive, the more countries that can be involved across the region, again on a broad basis, the more positive it is. So I think we run a sort of a business on national boundaries, and therefore the international boundaries don't really affect us. But fundamentally, we know, and history tells us, that it's got to be a good thing to be opening up, and it's got to be a good thing to be inclusive.
TPP exclusive, Prime Minister O'Neill, you're excluded. Your views on that?
Well, for us, it's about getting the balance right, making sure that the demands of your citizens who are wanting to participate meaningfully in a growing economy is against trying to attract more foreign investment direct investment into one's economy. So once you manage those issues, I think you'll find that if we are getting more and more of our citizens from low income and into a middle class, their desire to participate in the economy and trying to protect what is their new standard of living is going to become more evident. So governments must get the balance right so that we are not excluding our citizens from being able to have the opportunity to participate meaningfully in getting skills, getting of course, opportunity to invest in the economy. Those are things that governments need to address.
Has business as usual run its course, Scott?
I'm not sure I know what that means, actually.
Do you do your business the same way as you did? Are you planning to do your business differently 5, 10 years down the road?
So
what has changed?
I think the pace of growth has changed in a very accelerated manner. But I think the ability of companies and governments to manage and change quickly has also increased. So, for me, business as usual means that you stay ahead. You're very clear what your customers need. You make sure that you are, in our case, the highest quality product, lowest costs provided to them, so that they, as we say in our philosophy, is save money, live better. We believe that that is a role that we play. But to me, that's been business as usual for a long time, and I think it's just the acceleration of change and the adaptation to change that has to.
What would be a
increase.
game changer for your business in the next 5 to 10 years? What are you looking at differently?
Every country in the world joins TPP. That would be a game changer.
I have a cheerleader in every panel that I moderate. Raymond.
I guess in one respect, I would say business as usual has always run its course. It's never going to be conducted the same way tomorrow as it was yesterday. At another level, though, I actually think for our business, in the form of providing credit ratings, insightful research, a vocabulary for thinking about risk, credit risk, the facilitation of capital flows around the world, that's in fact being reinforced. The more that trade and capital globalizes, the more the demand for that kind of a service or product is going to grow. And so I don't see for our business a fundamental change in what we are trying to get to the marketplace. Similar to what Scott said, the highest quality products are what you're trying to achieve. But the modalities, the mechanisms for doing that undoubtedly will be changing over time.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there is no limit. I think for our business, what is key is as people's income increases, in the early days they'll look to house their family, feed their families, put a roof on their heads. As they accumulate assets, they look to protect those assets in their lives and the lives of their families. And we see an exponential takeoff of insurance at around US 10,000 GDP per capita. And if you look at the Asian countries, half are significantly less than that. The China's, the Thailand's, the Philippines, they're there. The opportunity is unlimited. And I think going back to I think what Ray said, it then comes to people and execution and ensuring you organize yourselves, you have the resources, you have the best people, and you execute well. But the fundamental opportunity we see is a greater future ahead, a greater opportunity ahead than we've ever seen.
Execute well, great quality, but we're not talking about innovation. I mean, the economy of the future will be different. We're talking about a sharing economy, for instance, a driverless car, for instance. How are companies today preparing for the future economy? I guess that's how I see it. I mean, where is innovation, entrepreneurship in your own respective economies and also businesses?
I think every company in the world works on innovation. I think every country in the world works on innovation.
What are you working on? I mean, what would you like to see?
E-commerce is an area where we're working in a very innovative way.
How so?
Well, we look at new ways to do deliveries. There's.
Are you looking at drones, for instance?
We are looking at drones, actually, and I think there was a recent article about our application to look at drone delivery. And look, in some ways that's probably a long way off from being a fundamental cost reduction in terms of last mile delivery. But again, it's the advent of innovation. We look at innovation in product development. You look at new ways to do packaging, to reduce the cost, to be able to improve the shelf life of product. If you were to look at some of the opportunities to be able to reduce the destruction of food in the supply chain, it requires a lot of technology and innovation. So we very much invest in it. I think our customers expect it, and I think to stay ahead, to stay a winner in any economy and in any business, you've got to innovate.
And governments too, Prime Minister.
Yes, I know that in my own experience in my country, we need to do more in taking this time to reassess how we have been conducting our business over the past few years, where we've taken for granted that this growth will continue over an extended period of time. So it has given us an opportunity to readjust the way we deliver some of our services to our people, particularly the cost of it, making sure that we live within the new means of revenue that we've got, and at the same time trying to ensure that our people do not continue to lag behind. We need to take them with us. By now investing heavily into infrastructure, what we're doing is we not only roads and ports and airports, but we are investing into telecommunication, where now we've got almost 90% coverage for the entire country, which was not possible 5 years ago. We've got 30% of our people having access to power generation. We want to put another 70% of our people within the next 7 years. So those are sort of ambitious targets that we've got, which will transform the economy as well as improving living standards for our people. So that's the sort of investment that we are making as we speak today.
Mark?
I think a couple of angles. I think in our industry, what is people are continuing to focus on is wellness, is on behavioral lifestyle. Three actions we all take lead to 4 diseases, lead to 60% of all deaths. And that's what we eat, what we drink, whether we smoke and whether we exercise. That leads ultimately to 60% of all mortality. So trying to support people, to encourage them to eat better, to exercise, to live a longer, healthier, better life is a clear focus. And there are many elements of innovation. We're working in the field of genomics in looking again at genetics, looking at where we can take that, align that to artificial intelligence and big data, and you have an incredible opportunity to look at a medical pathway for each and every person during their life, and how you look and how you treat that. The speed of genomics is moving at 6 times the speed of Moore's law. The science is going unbelievably quickly. How you catch up on the applications. Innovation, we support a number of innovation labs in Singapore and other places, looking at ways we can, with wearables, looking at how we can, one of our teams looking at forecasting a heart attack 10 minutes, a cardiac arrest 10 minutes before it happens, because the time, that 10 minutes, every minute is a minute of life. All of these things we're using technology to look at in the future, and this is again incredibly exciting, staying on the edge of technology and using technology as an enabler for the business rather than trying to resist it or deny it.
I don't think we're going to be delivering credit ratings by drone. I wouldn't predict that. But to Mark's point, using big data as an example may very well improve the predictive content of our credit opinions. It may improve the insight that we can put into our research. And so making use of something like that is certainly a pathway to, again, reinforcing the quality of what we already do. And we would be very alert to those kinds of opportunities.
I would like to open the discussion to the floor. If there are any questions, could you raise your hand, and I think a mic will be coming your way. There's a question over there. Oh, actually, the mic's along the pathway. Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name's Alison Barris. I'm the CEO of Griffin's Foods, which is a food manufacturing company in New Zealand. And my question is directed at Scott Price from Walmart. Aside from the risks around economic stability in the region, it would appear within the food retailing sector that many of the giants of the industry are struggling to find a clear path to growth. Examples are Woolworths in Australia, Tesco's in the UK, all of which have had a pretty rough few years. I'm really interested in your view on what it takes to be a top-performing retailer in a highly competitive and dynamic market. And also, what are the traits that will differentiate your core suppliers in the future with your drive to growth?
Wow. Well, Woolworths is an outstanding retailer, but it's a bordered market, and I think it has matured very quickly over the last 10 to 15 years. I think if you were to look at any market, the biggest changes you see are changes in format. So hard discounters are playing an important role in forcing traditional retailers to relook at their path to market. Generally, they have much smaller numbers of items. They focus on high-quality private brand, and they bring them in at a lower cost. And I think that that's a challenge for not only the suppliers of raw materials, but also for branded companies like yourself. I think that with the advent of free trade, the TPP, certainly New Zealand, and your own trade minister, Tim Grosser, has been a multi-year cheerleader for the TPP, probably for exactly the purpose of ensuring that New Zealand branded products have an opportunity to have access. So I think quality products at great prices wins every time, and I think that's an opportunity for any branded company. In terms of retail, I think you have to stay ahead of the customer and competition. I personally think that you're going to see more and more the online to offline interaction. I think you're going to see pure play online. Look for ways to have bricks and mortar capability. Customers, in many cases, want to touch and feel technology before they purchase, so you have this concept called showrooming. The ability to pick up and deliver is going to be important beyond just the traditional home. And for a bricks and mortar retailer, the ability to give your customer an added level of convenience as opposed to during normal shop hours. So I think just the overall trends that we're seeing will continue, and everyone's going to have to work hard. There will be winners, there will be losers.
Yes, my name is Henry Lim. I'm the chairman, CEO of SL Agritech Corporation. We are a company engaged in the research and development of rice varieties, and I understand that PNG is not really producing rice, and they've been importing rice for a long time. I'd like to ask Excellency whether is there any plans of trying to produce rice in PNG, so that at least I think we have sent some of our researchers there already, and hopefully we could try to come up with something in PNG.
Thank you very much. And yes, rice has become a staple diet for many of our citizens for many years now, and we import rice from our neighboring countries within the region. We have just recently set in a new policy where we are now trying to encourage companies to grow rice in Papua New Guinea by giving them import quotas, where the more you grow, the more you will be allowed to import while the growing stages take place. So there will be some announcements over the course of next few weeks, which will be competitive, so that we encourage rice growers who are wanting to produce rice in a growing market. You can be able to do so.
Are there other questions? Please.
Hello, good morning. Christina Ampil from PwC. We almost live in a Jetson age. It's kind of unbelievable what we can do now. But these are just opening acts. Can you tell us how the next 5 years kind of will be so different in your areas?
Mark, shall we start with you?
Well, I think to a degree, just to answer the question, in looking at, say, the whole behavioral economics, the whole area of genomics, genetics, I think these are major forces, major changes aligned with the use of artificial intelligence and big data. I think they're probably the most significant force of change that we see over the next 5 years.
In our business, I think Asia actually is a terrific example. We're going to see tremendous growth in capital markets over the next 5 years. Domestic, cross-border, the relationship of the capital markets to the banking systems in a number of countries, and changes in law and regulation to keep pace with those, in some cases to lead, in other cases to keep pace with where the markets are going. So I would expect in this region in particular to see a very dynamic growth in capital market activity.
Prime Minister.
I share the same sentiments that APEC economies will continue to lead the recovery of the global economy itself. And of course, more and more of our citizens will move from a low-income earning families to a middle class in huge numbers over the next 5 years. That will provide an avenue for future growth for many of the economies. And I think governments need to continue to improve on the way they do business with private sector, encourage more private-public partnerships in many of the issues such as infrastructure building, and that will stimulate the growth of our economies.
I think that technology will continue to drive Jetson-like, and there's some young people here who have no idea who the Jetsons are, but some Jetson-like technology that is all fun and exciting, driverless cars, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I think will happen. What I hope happens is that we begin in the next 5 years to leverage technology to figure out how we are going to keep 9 billion people alive on this planet. The impact that we are seeing globally, whether it be on the oceans and whether it be on forests, et cetera, a lot of technology is going to have to figure out how humankind reduces its impact upon the planet as it consumes more and more. I just think that it's something that we don't invest probably enough time and energy talking about, and I think it's going to be very important in the next 5 years.
Just to wrap up, final thoughts from the panelists on what you think is the key challenge as the Asia-Pac region tries to pursue sustained growth going forward. We'll go down the line again.
I think on a macro basis, I think the focus on inclusive, I think is absolutely key. The challenges on an industry or local basis will always be on prioritization of initiatives and capital and availability of the right people. I think it's those elements that I think have been a challenge and always will remain a challenge.
Freeman.
I would say the effective development of markets at a truly regional level as opposed to a national level. Certainly there is continued opportunity at the national level, but real integration in terms of changes in law, regulation, the ability to facilitate capital movements across countries in the most effective way possible, I think is really critical.
That's something like the AEC.
Yes, and there are a number of examples, but that would be one.
Prime Minister O'Neill.
Well, expansion of the TPP arrangements to other economies in the region. We'll be quite happy to participate in that as well. And of course, access to capital for especially some of the small economies in the region.
Just continuing to remove trade barriers, bureaucracy, and offering economic opportunity to economies that are still developing.
Scott, Raymond, Prime Minister O'Neill, and of course, Mark, thank you so much for your time today. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, please give them a hand.
Thank you very much to Prime Minister O'Neill and the panel for joining us. Papua New Guinea, of course, will host APEC in 2018, and we very much look forward to joining Prime Minister O'Neill and Papua New Guinea in 2018 for their APEC CEO Summit then. So please do keep that in mind as you think about future summits. From Philippines, we move to Peru, Vietnam, and then to Papua New Guinea in 2018. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to take your seats. Coming up next, we have got our second Insight speaker for the morning, a fantastic speaker, Wendy Kopp from Teach for All. Wendy has been recognized as one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people. Teach for All is a tremendous organization that provides opportunities for children, for marginalized children to have access to education. And this is the core of inclusive growth, ensuring that education and health, which is the panel that follows Wendy, reaches out to those marginalized societies. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you to now give a warm welcome to Wendy Kopp, the CEO and founder for Teach for All. Thank you.
I thought I would begin this morning by asking you all a question that Mark Zuckerberg asked me a couple of years ago. He asked me what I thought accounted for the success of Facebook. What do you all think? What do you think? You can share with your neighbors. What do you think? What's the one thing that most accounts for the success of Facebook? People. I heard people. Mark said to me that, maybe some people think it's the technology, but of course it's the people, it's the talent, the leadership at every level of the company. What he said really resonated with me because every time I encounter a high-performing organization, whether it's a team, a company, always it's because of the leadership. Now, in education, we don't spend a lot of time talking about leadership. And yet the same is really true in this sector. Let's consider a few examples of educational success. The students in this classroom are growing up in a community in Chile, a low-income community called Puente Alto, where about 15% of the students will actually enter tertiary education. And yet the 30 or so kids in this classroom entered post-secondary school at a rate of 76%, and a third of them went to Chile's top universities, despite it being a year when the schools were closed for 5 months due to student protests. Let's see. Last week, I was in California's Bay Area, where this school is, KIPP San Jose Collegiate, is working with one of the highest poverty student populations in the state. 80% of the kids are living below the poverty line. And yet, while about 20% of the kids in my country will take and pass a college placement course in the course of their high school years, 76% of the kids in this high school do. 96% of the kids in this school took a college entrance ACT test and scored higher than the national average. The kids in this classroom are engaged in a math curriculum called Maths Pathways that diagnoses their individual needs and creates a personalized curriculum. In the last 3 years since the creation of this curriculum, 25,000 kids have engaged in it. And in fact, they have made 3 times the progress in any given year as the kids using a standard math curriculum. And finally, the school system in this city, my nation's capital of Washington, D.C., is currently the fastest improving urban school system in the history of my country. About 15 years ago, the 9-year-olds in Washington, D.C. were a full 3 or 4 grades behind the average 9-year-olds in my country. Today, if you met the average 9-year-old, they're a full year ahead of where they were just 4 years ago. Now, in each and every one of these cases, the extraordinary educational success was a product of extraordinary leadership. Tomas, the teacher in the Chilean classroom, is one of the most incredible leaders I've ever met. He walked into a situation that most people would have given up on, and held on to an incredible vision. People thought he was nuts, but he determined that he was going to put his kids into college and into some of the most selective universities in Chile. He convinced his kids to work harder than they had ever worked before to get there, and he went to incredible lengths to make it happen, even when it meant finding a new place to gather the kids in a chapel, despite the schools being shut down for literally 5 months. The school, KIPP San Jose Collegiate, gets the results it does because it has a school principal who's on an absolute mission to get the kids to and through college, and also has the kind of skills and leadership ability necessary to build and mobilize a team to make it happen. Maths Pathways is getting the results that it is because 2 teachers, Richard Wilson and Justin Mathis, who brought backgrounds in particle physics and engineering, started teaching and could not get over the inefficiency of the classroom, given the kind of one-size-fits-all approach that typifies our school systems, and determined to change that. And the school system in Washington, D.C. is getting the results it is because of a constellation of leaders who are really working at every level of the school system, at every level of policy, across sectors, in order to create a new day for kids. It's this insight that really leadership is the core of the solution in education that motivates all of us across the Teach for All network. I started Teach for America now a little over 25 years ago, and over the past several years, social entrepreneurs in countries around the world have launched similar initiatives. So now Teach for All is a network of independent organizations in 38 countries and growing that are enlisting their country's most promising future leaders and developing and cultivating their leadership as a force for ensuring opportunity for all children. Across Teach for All, we're committed to tackling what we call educational inequity. The fact that the privilege of children's birth, their economic circumstances, their race, their gender, and so forth, really predicts their educational and ultimately life outcomes. This is a very complex issue. It will take a whole lot of leadership to solve that problem. And yet in all of our countries and in virtually every country around the world, we're channeling our top talent, our most promising future leaders, towards everything but that set of issues. We're channeling it into finance, into technology, into medicine and law, but almost never towards ensuring opportunity for the most marginalized children. That is what we're working to change at Teach for All. We do this by, first of all, going out and recruiting top recent grads, people of all different academic majors, all different career interests, very aggressively, to ask them to sign up for teaching for 2 years in the highest need communities in our country. Each year now, 40 to 50,000 people compete in the United States to channel their energy towards teaching in our urban and rural public schools, many of them from our nation's most selective colleges. Here, Teach for the Philippines selects just 10% of the applicants who step up to say that they want to do this. And while it's only 3 years old, the valedictorians, the summa cum laudes of the University of the Philippines, of Ateneo University, are part of these initial cohorts. In Mexico, 3,000 people competed for Enseña por Mexico's just 120 spots last year. In Peru, 1,500 people competed for Enseña Peru's just 60 spots. Once we've recruited these exceptional folks, we invest a great deal in their development, in their pre-service training, in their ongoing professional development during the 2 years. We do that both in pursuit of really important immediate outcomes for kids, and rigorous studies show that these teachers have a positive impact on their students' academic and socio-emotional performance. And at the same time, we're investing in them because of really important long-term objectives. Ultimately, these 2 years are foundational for a lifetime of leadership and advocacy. About 2/3 of the alumni across the network, including 2/3 of the now 50,000 alumni of Teach for America, are still working full-time in education, and many others are working from other sectors, from policy, from medicine, from law, to impact either schools or the quality of life in low-income communities. After the 2 years, we continue investing in the development, in the career paths of these alumni. Here in the Philippines, there's a partnership between the public and private sector to create government spots for the folks who have this rare experience of teaching for 2 years. And already, just 3 years in, there are 7 Teach for the Philippines fellows who have posts in the Department of Education. In Peru, 35 of the 169 alumni of Enseña Peru are working at some level of the government ministry. Ultimately, the goal is to create a leadership force of people all over the world who are working at every level of the education system, at every level of policy, and across sectors to effect the systemic changes necessary to ensure educational opportunity for all. This is working. The teacher, Tomas, is a teacher from Enseña, Chile. The school in the Bay Area is getting the results it is because of a Teach for America who leads a staff, 2/3 of whom are Teach for America alumni. Maths Pathways, schools chancellors who've led the change over the team and staff of the school. You would away 20%. You take away hundreds of the NGOs. A lot of time collectively talking about how we're going to reach the new Sustainable Development Goal, quality learning for all by 2030. We talk a lot in these rooms about how we'll improve the education system's performance in our own countries, how we'll improve their rankings on the international assessments. Almost always these discussions revolve around a few things. How do we get more funding, teacher training, how do we leverage technology? My fear is that we aren't putting nearly enough emphasis on how to ensure that we have the leadership capacity to ensure that all those other good investments actually work. In every other sector, we spend a lot of energy talking about how to develop the leadership we need to get the results we're going for. We have to do the same in education. I've actually come to believe that we can realize this vision in our lifetime. Tomas shows us that it's possible in his classroom. We're seeing it's possible not only in whole classrooms, but in whole schools like KIPP San Jose Collegiate. Richard Wilson and Justin Mathis are showing that we can make this happen across whole schools. And in Washington, D.C., we're showing that we can make it happen even in some of the most entrenched situations in countries. The only question is whether enough of our country's most promising, most capable future leaders will step up and decide to make this happen. So as I leave you today, I want to ask each of you to consider what you can do to ensure that they do. Thank you so much.
Health and education for the future. Are conventional approaches to delivering health and education services adequate? APEC economies have powered global growth and improved living standards for millions of people. A healthy, well-educated workforce is vital for continued inclusive, sustainable growth. With the transformation of existing industries and creation of new ones, businesses need creative, highly educated workers with the capacity to pick up new skills to navigate the future. Access to affordable healthcare and a good education are crucial to human capital and talent development. Advances in technology have been critical in expanding access to online learning and e-health services. How can business, government and technology improve healthcare and education for all?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for this session, Kathy Yang of the ABS-CBN News Channel.
Good morning, everybody, and a very very good morning to one and all. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're from my home city, welcome. I'm sure you've all settled quite very nicely in this very warm and friendly city of Metro Manila. A most apt and inspiring message from Wendy Kopp of Teach for All. I had her on the show yesterday, and I was really inspired about her message. Lovely speaking with her on the amazing journey that she's had in trying to narrow the educational inequity, if you may. Now, this session is all about people. That's exactly what Wendy had said, that Mark Zuckerberg had told her what Facebook's amazing success is all about, the human resource. And we wanted to make sure that all our people in our economies would actually be very useful and productive so they can make an economy grow. That's what we're here for in this morning's session, session number 5. I was so cheered to know that I'd be moderating this session because it's very close to my heart when you talk about health and education, both as an advocacy and as a lifestyle. So I'm honored to introduce to you my distinguished panel, my discussion leaders for this morning, starting with Kenneth Hartigan Go, the Philippine Secretary of Health. Nicholas Aguzin, the Chairman and CEO of JP Morgan Asia Pacific. Olivier Charmé, the President and CEO of Sanofi Pasteur. And Ramon Del Rosario Jr., the President and CEO of Finmac Corporation. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please take your seats. Let's start with Nicholas. We know that JP Morgan is very involved with corporate social responsibility, but what about when it comes to the business point of view? What is JP Morgan doing about that?
Okay, thank you, Kathy. It's great to be here with everyone sharing this panel, and as you can probably see from the panelists, I'm probably the only one that is not directly engaged into education or healthcare.
Which makes us really unique.
Exactly.
We appreciate
However,
your presence.
we have almost 250,000 employees in the firm around the world, and the human capital is a key component of what we do, and the development of that capital is critical to the success of the firm. So there's 3 areas that we focus on in terms of dealing with issues related to education and healthcare. The first one is through our philanthropic efforts and corporate social responsibility. And there's a lot that we do there around encouraging the workforce to get ready for the new way of doing things. And we also focus on helping different NGOs around the world. We partner with them. So we contribute more than $200 million around the world, and a significant amount of the people helped are actually in Asia. So that's one area. The second area that I'd like to touch briefly on is relating to information sharing. There's not a lot of awareness of many of the important topics and issues, specifically as it ties to education. And one example that I'd like to draw the attention to is last week we held a symposium in Singapore around workforce readiness. And we teamed up with the Asia Society to set up a symposium where we brought together about 200 people, mostly from government, from academia, think tanks, and also private enterprises. And the purpose was to get all of them together thinking and discussing the issue of workforce readiness. Why is this an important topic? Many of you probably feel pretty excited about all the growth opportunities that countries around the world, especially emerging economies, have, and a lot of the countries represented in APEC. It's really exciting, it's great. However, it somehow feels that the more that we invest in things like education, there's at the same time a lot of young people that finish university and they still cannot get jobs. People are more educated, we invest more in education, companies are growing, they need more, but we still cannot match them. There's something wrong, something is not working. And what's missing is that there's a supply-demand imbalance. what we're producing is not really what a lot of the corporations need. So what we did is we put this group together, gathered people from all over the place. We commissioned a study to the Singapore Management University to analyze in detail around all Southeast Asia the supply and demand factors and how we can better match that supply and demand. So that's the second aspect where it's around information, finding, doing the research, and we funded all of that. That's more like the corporate social responsibility side. But for a lot of the CEOs in this room, I think what's also important is, as a business, and obviously, you know, we're in the for-profit side of the world. So why is this important? How does it make sense? And that's another very critical aspect of what we're doing. We think that having our people healthy and happy and challenged is critical. If we have those employees doing very well, I mean, we'll have a great company that will be able to serve our customers. And one of the key things around that is that the business is becoming more and more global. And what we have an imbalance is that the countries that are growing, even though they have lots of graduates out of universities, sometimes it's hard to really get the right people that will thrive and succeed in a global institution. So we look at, for example, China, a country that is growing at a very accelerated pace. They have about 7.5 million graduates every year. However, when you try to recruit, sometimes they don't always succeed in a global institution. Part of that may be language. Part of that may be that they have different cultural ways of expressing themselves. So just like some of the soft skills don't particularly work in an organization, a global organization, other times it's difficulty in understanding some concepts, like, for example, a hierarchical organization that also has a matrix. Many times when you think in China, there's a saying that says, one mountain, one tiger. People are used to having just one boss. Well, the reality is in a global organization, you have products, you have geographies, you have functions, you need a lot of matrices, there's a lot of consensus. Sometimes you have 2, 3 bosses. Sometimes you have to share like people with other groups. I mean, it's complex. So what we're doing around that is we're spending a lot of time teaching people and getting them in training programs. And right now in Asia alone, we have 43,000 employees. So what we think is that to be able to succeed as a global company, it will be very important that we have a very global workforce, that we recruit here, we put them all around the world, we create a layered structure by which we do this multi-years, and we can at any point tap talent from anywhere of our firm that is already trained at our firm and that can perform anywhere. So
and
that's
a healthy and happy workforce. I'm glad you mentioned health, because that is one component of 2 sides to human capital development. One is education. You made a mention of it very extensively, but health is another, which is why I wanted to bring up to you, Olivier, you're with Sanofi Pasteur. You're at the forefront of discovering new vaccines for diseases we find endemic throughout the world. Your initial engagement with APEC started 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, and that you're now working closely with a number of APEC economies and actually pursuing a new approach, a very novel approach. And you find that this is the right time to actually do so. Why?
So for us, thank you, Kathy. I'm very happy to be here. We are here for the 3rd time. And you know, everyone has a sense of purpose. Every company has a sense of purpose. And our sense of purpose is to contribute through our expertise, through our knowledge, to a better world, of course, but more importantly, to the well-being of APEC countries. There are a lot of things that are going on in healthcare. There are probably 2 or 3 main features that today are going on in that space. The first one, and this is why probably the disease of the very cardiovascular disease or respiratory disease. Now it's obvious that things have changed, and more than 80% of the disease are taking place in the developing countries. So it's a significant change because in the upcoming years, if we collectively are not able to address through prevention those diseases, it's going to be a terrible burden for each and every Minister of Health and each and every Minister of Finance in any given country. The third feature is probably the persisting infectious disease in the world. We all know that there is no better healthcare intervention than immunization, but unfortunately, each and every year, 3 million young children die from a vaccine-preventable disease. So it gets back to how, in a system that is today, healthcare system that is today undermined by persisting infectious disease, by also growing non-communicable disease, how can we collectively, address and build a better world? It's probably through prevention. Prevention is definitely a way. It's better than cure. It's much more cost efficient. It comes at the end of the day from the action of the government in order to make sure that right programs are implemented, but also from the population, because health style is of course very important. And as much there are awareness that prevention, good prevention, would lead to better health, it's of course every population has an important role to play. And we have a couple of experience of programs that we have developed, especially dedicated to the children for diabetes, both for the management of diabetes type 1, but also for the prevention of type 2, that have shown very effective with trainees, with teachers playing the role of trainees and allowing to form a large base of children. It's obvious, and we all know it, that in order to put in place a large preventive program, it's obvious that if you have a very well-educated workforce or well-educated people, this will be much more efficient, as they will be paying much more attention to prevention. And it's obvious, there are a couple of examples that shows that a really very structured program of education leads to better prevention. You all remember that in the early 60s, Jamaica and Singapore were about at the same level in terms of GDP per capita 30 or 40 years after. You see the difference in the early 60s. Singapore decided to go for a very, very directive program for education, and step by step they have been able to educate and put in place very broad education program. The question at the end of the day, and I get back to what you mentioned with regard to dengue, is how you reconcile, market access and innovation. And the experience that we have with our dengue vaccine. Dengue is a mosquito-borne disease. I'm sure there are many people in the room that got infected by dengue. We have been working on dengue for more than 20 years. And what we have on the endemic countries, and this is why we have these vaccines in the endemic countries, so that it could impact firstly,
at the early stage so that they can actually prevent certain diseases?
Thank you, Kathy. It's a pleasure to be here. You've combined two topics in one. But
I've had to. We're running out of time, but this is so interesting to just talk about two prongs in the human capital development.
First of all, for education to succeed in promoting inclusive growth or inclusive development, education has to be accessible to the poor, and it has to be relevant education. In the Philippines, as in probably most of the APEC countries, most families aspire to have their children be properly educated, of course. But even among the poorest of the poor, they put a very high level of priority on getting at least one of their kids educated properly, even to the extent of sacrificing some of their meals sometimes so that they can afford the tuition that will allow one of their children to get a college degree, which most people see as a passport to a better life. So that's the context for us at FINMA to decide to go into education. We're a 60-year-old company, and in the past we used to be in heavy industry, particularly in cement. But somewhere along the way, particularly as a result of the Asian crisis, we decided to reconfigure our business. And one of the thoughts that crossed our mind was, if we are to do something to help build this nation into a stronger nation, we really need to do something about our people. Our people are our main resource. So we said, maybe we should try to see what we can do about education. We decided to focus on education, but education for the poor. And that is obviously a great challenge. And let me put some context. When kids from public schools in the Philippines apply to colleges to become college freshmen, their competency level is at the level of grade 4 or grade 5 in terms of English, math, and science. Yet they're applying to become college freshmen. So the question you're faced with at the outset is, do we turn them away because they're not qualified to enter college? But that would make a life of poverty inevitable for them if you do turn them away. The other option is to take them in and say to yourself, I think I can work with these kids and do something with them, so that at the end of their 4 or 5-year college experience, they will be in a position to take these board exams that will allow them to practice professions like accounting, nursing, medicine, law, etc., and take the same exams that the students from the best colleges in the Philippines take, and still pass them and qualify to be professionals. Well, we've decided that that's the challenge we will take on. And the way we've done it is we've decided to apply what we think are some principles of business to education. Focusing, for example, our definition of good quality education for the poor is education that leads to jobs. We're not trying to create Nobel laureates. We're trying to create opportunities for the poor kids so that they can have a meaningful life through employment. That means that we focus our course offerings on those courses that we think will produce the kinds of graduates that will lead to jobs. So we drop things like, well, maybe it's not good to give examples, but we focus on things like accounting, nursing, hotel and restaurant management, information technology, even criminology, and education. Education itself is a course that has been popular. So we focus our course offerings and we do away with the rest. That allows us to have more efficient classes. We focus on the quality of teachers. And the way we do that is we've acquired 5 schools since we started 10 years ago. And what we do is we pay our teachers the best in the locality where they are, so that at the very least we're able, if pay is an incentive to get good quality teachers, we're able to get the best teachers where we are. And then we tell our teachers that their job is to teach as well as they can. We're not emphasizing research, we're not emphasizing other activities. We're also trying to do away with the frills. All of that is designed so that we can make education good quality but also affordable. And what we've been able to achieve is we have now 5 schools with 52,000 students. Our average tuition is only $300 a semester, $300 US a semester, $600 a year, which by any measure is really quite low. Of course, free is even cheaper. And if government were in a position to provide high quality education at no cost to the students, then so be it. But in the Philippines, as probably in many other countries, there is a gap to be filled. And that's where the private sector has come in. So you keep tuition low and you help them along the way. Now, the kids who come to you, as I said earlier, are really not qualified to be college freshmen. They need a lot of guidance. They need a lot of support. They need a lot of psychological help. First of all, a lot of these kids are from rural communities, and it's the first time they're coming to live in a big city. So part of the effort is just getting them convinced that it's worth the effort, and number two, that they can do it if they work hard enough. And then you show them role models of people who've done it in the past. It's a lot of guidance. What we've done is we've restructured the curriculum to a certain extent so that you don't burden them with too much academics at the start so that they don't get overwhelmed and they stay in school. Because part of the problem really with poor kids is they drop out. They drop out of school early because of the feeling that they can't cope. So you build up their confidence. We even have celebrations at the end of each year, something like a little graduation, just to say, you've done it, you're now ready to move on to the next year, and so on. Things like that. But of course, at the end of the fourth year, we have to get to the point where they're ready to take those board exams. And that's the whole process we've adopted. There's a lot of creativity, a lot of flexibility, and a lot of innovation in the way we do our teaching. But I'm very pleased to say that in the process of doing all of these, we've been able to improve, for example, in this country, one of the most publicly known measures of success is how well your kids do in these board exams that our kids take after college. And I just have some quick statistics that I jotted down to make sure that I remember them. In the period from 2009 to 2015, these are just some indicators of the success we've had in our schools. In accountancy board exams, in 2009, our passing rate was 38%. In 2015, it was 62%. In nursing, from 38, we moved to 83%. Secondary education, this is for teachers, from 44 to 71%. Elementary education from 25 to 85%. And criminology, or criminalistics is what it's called in other countries, from 32 to 84%. I guess I'm bragging to a certain extent, but that's not the main point. The point is, it can be done. There is something that the private sector can do to improve the quality of education and still make it education that's relevant to the poor. Let me stop there, because there's another part of this, which is the relevancy part, which I think talks about the fact that the products of our educational system are not the kind of people that industry and the economy needs, but perhaps we can reserve that for later. Thank you very much.
Of course, and I'm going to be pulling the fulcrum to health, because we have the Undersecretary for Health with us in the panel. You really hit the nail on the head when you said that the conventional approach to both health and education are not adequate. And this is coming from a government official.
Yes.
Why did you say that?
Thank you, Kathy, for the difficult question, and I'm happy to be here. Okay, first I'll premise by saying that I'm happy that the APEC economy has come together in addressing regional economic integration and removing barriers to trade for many products and in some respects services as well. However, there is still a big gap in health disparity, in health outcomes in many of the economies. And in saying so, we're faced with a big burden of diseases. And the big burden of diseases can be combined into three areas. Knowledge gap, or health illiteracy. Then we have the disease itself. People may die from it. And third, they go into financial crisis or poverty if they cannot afford, if they have to buy many of these products to save their lives. So having said that, then I move on to the next one. If we examine the vicious cycle of the problems that we have burden of the diseases. And in a recent study by APEC, the Life Science Innovation Forum, together with ABAC, we found that there is an economic and fiscal implication to ill health, in that workers' productivity is heavily compromised, and that they're not able to work, they drop out, and they eat up resources like insurance, pension, as well as premature death will also cost the government money. So given that scenario, work productivity is affected, it then leads to more poverty for the family. And with lack of funds, they are more exposed to the elements. You can say infant mortality, maternal mortality, infectious diseases, and non-communicable disease are all part of this package. And as they get more poor, there is a bigger demand on government and society to pay and come to the aid of these members of our society. But there are solutions. The solutions is a development challenge for all of us, both in the business sector and in the government. And we can also include the whole of society approach. One that will be concerned with improving the level of education, that means addressing health illiteracy. And the second one would be to do constant reforms at multi-level, various levels, both in government and in industry. And the last one is to acknowledge that there are drivers to ill health that are beyond the health sector. And this is where we call the cooperation and collaboration of everybody, and this is addressing the social determinants of health. One of them is education. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Which brings me back to Nicholas, because you mentioned that disconnect. So many jobs out there, but when they graduate, they still find themselves without jobs. How can the government help? I mean, the governments of our 21 member economies help address that gap and narrow the gap between what the private sector can do to help people get jobs and ensure from the government side that there will be jobs for these people that you've trained, help train from the start?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of initiatives around many countries to have private sector and government sector work together, and actually Singapore is at the forefront of a lot of these things, and even in places like you know, in the Philippines. I mean, right here we have 13,000 employees. We train all these employees, and we look for the government to help us also in terms of making sure that we can have the right facilities, get the right people from the right universities. So we have a lot of dialogue. And the point is, these people that we're hiring, they work with areas around the globe. And after they leave, they have real practical training. And beyond that, what we try to do is to instill into them what we call lifelong learning. So not only to learn what's at task, they need to be very adaptable. They need to be able to change as conditions change. So as the world changes, they need to be able to learn themselves how to look for the next thing. And that is, you know, a very important component of generating a group of people that can, you know, succeed in any environment.
Yes, Ramon.
May I? Yeah, this is where the point of collaboration comes in. I really think it's important for industry and academe to work together, and government as well, to work together to define, to come to a consensus on what the educational institutions should be doing in terms of the students who are going through the process. I think industry has a role to play in defining the competencies that they're looking for and the skills that they're interested in, and also in identifying the opportunities that are out there and projecting that 4 or 5 years forward, because that's the length of time it takes to get a degree. So to the extent that you can improve the level of collaboration, I think you will reduce that gap. In the Philippines, what we've done is we organize something we call Philippine Business for Education. Done is organize what we call summits, because here in this country we like calling things summits.
Like
but we bring
now.
industry, academe, and government together, and we've had 2 of these, and they have been extremely successful. But among the most interesting comments, particularly in the first summit, was, why didn't anybody do this earlier? This was, in their view, one of the first times that schools and government and industry were talking to each other precisely about this topic, the topic of what should the educational institutions be producing in terms of the skills, competencies, etc. We've gone further, and we've institutionalized this into what we now call industry academe councils. And perhaps something that APEC or ASEAN can consider is doing this on a broader basis instead of just like what we're doing in the Philippines, maybe APEC or ASEAN or some larger groupings, especially now that borders are disappearing among countries, and there will be more cross-fertilization of professionals among our countries. It might not be a bad idea to consider industry academe councils, APEC-wide or ASEAN-wide, so that we can exchange notes, learn from each other, and define competencies on a broader basis. Yeah.
Yes, Kenneth.
I'd like to resonate with that. In Cebu, we had this APEC SOM3 meeting, and on the margins, we had the high-level meeting for health and economy, where we brought together high-level officials in health, together with CEOs and captains of industry, where we talk about gaps. And everybody wanted universal health care, but at the end of the day, we all agreed that we need to strengthen all our health systems and put the resources where they should be in order to address those gaps. One of the things we found out that the economy might be affected to as much as 9% of the GDP within the next 15 years if we are not going to address workers' health. And that's very, very shocking. And also the need to invest in preventive health care so that they will have a healthy lifestyle, to prevent them from getting into illness is one of them. We had development banks there, we had multilateral agency, we had stakeholder engagement, and we promised to have more dialogues in order to resolve, there would be differences. But we promised to get together to resolve these differences for a whole of society approach.
Well, we've got a solution coming from Sanofi Pasteur because you have a vaccine for dengue. Coming to the markets in a very innovative way. And I wanted to bring up this phrase that came up, flip the access to innovation. And I'm thinking that probably has a meaning to what our health undersecretary said about health literacy. How can we actually narrow the gap if we flip the innovation switch? And I can't quite determine how that happens until perhaps you get some approvals for the vaccine itself.
So I think what is important is that there are so many pieces that are moving. It's not one road. And Raman just mentioned that, of course, there's been a lot of efforts that have been developed by the education system, by the government, by the industry. There are so many pieces that are moving that we shouldn't think that we are able to resolve, at one point of time, each and every issue. It's a continuous process. And it's a little bit, what we do in terms of innovation. There is not one pathway. There used to be one pathway. No, there are very different pathways that can be used in order to make sure that, everyone get access, of course, to innovation, but of course, finding also a way to stimulate innovation because we all know that innovation is a very lengthy process that takes an awful lot, amount of energy.
And Kenneth, in terms of the health department, I'm just very curious, what are the processes involved when a vaccine like this is coming and it's just requiring approvals? It's at the gate. And all you have to do is open the doors, and Sanofi Pasteur is waiting for that. Is the Philippines, in terms of processes, is there a lot of bureaucracy, perhaps, that gets into the way?
Sure. The Philippine government is very receptive to this. In fact, we welcome these kind of innovations because they're dealing with neglected tropical diseases where normally these things are not invested on, and we're very happy with this. There is a technical process by which the regulatory agency will have to review documents and dossiers and the like in order to ensure that the quality, efficacy, and safety being the key determinants of approval for a drug. But it's a work in progress, and it looks like it's very positive in the horizon.
So it's not going to come this year?
I'm not going to speak on behalf of the FDA.
Just trying my luck there. But I wanted to put in education in there as well with health literacy. That is so important. But I want to understand, as you work through education for the poor, how can you actually put that into your curriculum to ensure that you get health literacy right in there at the start, when the child starts school at FINMA?
First of all, the issue of health does involve health literacy. But first, just before going to that topic, I think the issue of nutrition is very important at the start, by the way. And it really needs to be addressed at the earliest years of education because it does affect brain development, literally. And to the extent that your brain development is affected, your ability to learn is really affected right at the start. So the most effective nutrition programs are those that are introduced at the earliest learning years, I think. So that's very important, number one, and that's something that we're interested in. On the whole question of health literacy, of course, this is something that really the Department of Education should be thinking about as they design the curriculums for basic education. And I totally agree. I think prevention is a much better strategy than looking for cures later on. So to the extent that prevention can be achieved by better health literacy, by all means. And of course, we are very happy to cooperate and include those in our curriculums. But that is the work, I would think, of the Department of Education, so that because they dictate the curriculum for basic education, and that becomes widespread.
It's all a work in progress, and I wanted to ask the audience if they had questions. We have about 13 minutes to go, so if you have questions from our dignitaries in the front, we have microphones that will go straight to you. If you have any questions to our panelists, please identify yourselves. If you have a question, say your name and where you come from and to whom you would like to address a question. We have about 13 minutes for this. Anybody? Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Yitzhak Peterberg. I'm the chairman of Teva Pharmaceutical. This is the leading generic company in the world. And I'm, for the first time here in APEC, searching.
Welcome to APEC in Manila, perhaps. Your first time too.
So my question is really maybe on the health side, because I heard in the session before speaking about genomics, I heard you speaking about, all kind of solutions in healthcare, and I have a question about access to healthcare. Because I think one of the biggest problems around here is really access to just simple care, seeing a physician, access to drugs, affordable, quality drugs. And I didn't hear anything about it. So I would like, if you can comment a little bit about how do you see the part of innovation, the basic innovation in these parts, things like digital health, things like other solutions that can help you. Thank you.
Shall I answer?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Professor, for your question, and welcome to the Philippines in APEC. Admittedly, there are inequities to healthcare, and the access is not, there are wide disparity. And this is one of the reasons why we're coming together to use innovation to solve it. I understand telemedicine and digitalized medicine is one of the ways to address this, especially in far-flung areas where there are no health professionals. There are root causes to this problem, including proper incentives to be given to these healthcare workers, and we're looking at how to do a sustainable financing. It's still a work in progress. We admit it's not a perfect solution, but it's still out there. But we're happy to collaborate with industry and other government agencies to look for meaningful solutions that are sustainable and cost-effective, of course.
If I may just continue,
Go
you
ahead,
have a
sir.
big job on the regulatory side, because if you want to play in Asia, TPP is very important to help us on our way to bring better drugs in cheaper prices and very good quality. And this is your job to pave the way for us. So the private companies can come in, but we need the help of the countries.
And APEC indeed has launched, through the life science, good regulatory practice and regulatory convergence as part of our agenda.
So it's still work in progress, Kenneth. Any other question from the audience? We have a good 10 minutes. Yes.
Kim Campbell from Auckland. Hello.
Thank you.
Kim Campbell,
My name
Auckland,
is
New
Mike.
Zealand. Among other things, I'm a director of quite a large generic pharmaceutical company called Douglas. And one of the issues that we face, we want to bring health to the region, is a lack of alignment of the regulatory framework. There's an enormous amount of cost in registering any drug. And every time you go to a different jurisdiction, particularly in Asia, you get a completely different story. And I just wondered, with you, particularly to the Secretary, if you have any comments to make about, first of all, the lack of progress in aligning the various jurisdictions, or if there's even any real serious intent to do so. And this forum is one place where I think that should be discussed, because I think it would make a big difference to lowering the cost and making drugs generally more available to people.
Yes.
Thank you for that question. Indeed, that was discussed a number of times under the Regulatory Harmonization Steering Committee under the Life Science Innovation Forum. I admit that there is it is a very challenging prospect to get the economies to align to a process But in fact, there is a harmonization process going on. And again, we will get there in terms of regulatory convergence. And in fact, we're exploring terms like regulatory reliance to fast track many of these products to make it accessible to people.
I've seen a gentleman over here.
We accept the challenge, yeah.
Yes, we have a question. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
My name is Michael Blum. I'm from the
Hi,
U.S.
Michael.
and I have a background in development and manufacturing of medical devices, and also now as a venture capitalist investing in startup companies globally. Recently, over the last several months, we've attended several medical device innovation seminars primarily in the United States, Silicon Valley area, and I'd like to maybe present a little challenge to the panel, realizing the challenges that are in front of you now in bringing healthcare to a broader percentage of the population, to the entire population. Yet in seminars that I attend, you have companies that are talking about innovation for the future. And by the future, in many cases, they mean a population that is going to be very old. Yeah. Our grandchildren can look ahead and plan to live to be 120 to 150 years old. How are you going to spread that finite amount of dollars and resources you have over a growing population and a demographic population that is going to rapidly change? It's going to be quite a challenge. I think someone said 9% of the GNP would be really challenging.
Yes, that will be the health undersecretary.
I submit
Kenneth,
to you
yes.
that may be not even half enough 50 years from now or 30 years from now. Thank you.
Did anyone want to comment?
That's you again. No, I think challenge accepted. The solutions are very difficult. We admit that there's a growing aging population, especially in mature economies, and low birth rate in some of these economies as well may contribute to, that's why we need to do the prevention part much, much earlier than what we were trying to do earlier. I think at the end of the day, even with innovations, governments will have to look at cost effectivity or cost effectiveness. Because the resources are meager, they have to make some hard choice and decision. And this is where I think collaboration with private and public sector comes in very importantly. But thank you. We accept the challenge.
Yes, Olivier.
Yeah, I would complement your question in saying that it's obvious that at some point governments will have to make decisions to allocate, their available resources. In other words, and I get back to prevention, if we don't make significant progress, in terms of prevention, we are going to be facing at some point a wall with the, of course, the aging population. So a lot of efforts will have to be done in order to take those new costs that are going to be incurred due to the aging of the population, and we will only be in a position to deal with them if we are in a position to significantly improve, the efficiency of each dollar we spend today in healthcare. And definitely prevention here is definitely one of the solutions. There is no magic bullet, but it's one element of the solution.
Anyone else, perhaps for a final question before I have our panelists wrap up the discussions? Yes, ma'am. The lady in red, please.
Good morning, it's Christina Ampil with PricewaterhouseCoopers. I'm quite intrigued, Mr. Del Rosario, about the systematic efforts you're doing between industry and academia to turn students into productive workers quite in an accelerated way. And I think APEC and PwC have thought that the new principle for 21st century talent mobility is exactly some kind of standardization of credentials so that they can move freely across different countries. So my question to you in health and education is, which occupational categories are ready for that kind of standardization of credentials and portability of credentials across economies?
I understand in the Philippines, the engineering profession is quite at an advanced stage in terms of establishing credentials that are accepted region-wide. And I think there are efforts in the other professions to try and do that also. But I think this emphasizes the need for more collaboration, really, where industry and academia come together and together define those credentials and accept those credentials that they think will really be valid as we move forward. And then the whole idea of expanding this collaboration to a region and maybe to even as broad a group as APEC is precisely in the context of this cross-border movement of professionals and allowing credentials to be recognized as you move from one economy to another. So there are efforts that are taking place now, and I understand that the engineering side is the one that is more advanced in our country, but there are efforts going on also as far as other professions are concerned.
We have about 3 minutes to go, and I wanted our panelists to say a bit of a wrap-up before we all end, and I wanted to start with Olivier down to Mr. Nicolas, please.
So we are working in a world that is getting more and more complex. And in order to solve the issue that we have in front of us, it's not anymore at the scale of one organization. It's the scale of, many organizations that will be able to work together. So the big danger for all of us is to work in our silos. And working in our silos, we will never be able to resolve very complex issues. So the more we are able to work together, the more we are able to design the future together, the more we are going to be successful.
Thank you.
Kenneth, on collaboration, please.
What we have in front of us is a development challenge, and it needs a whole-of-society approach. Governments must also get their act together in terms of doing sensible regulations, both for trade and for products. And industry must comply, of course, with quality, efficacy standards as well. I'd like to say also that, and also prevention, data have shown that a $1 invested will bring something like $37 of savings in the future. So prevention, health literacy, in fact, is the key to the problems that we face. In the past, we thought that health has to handle health problems, but not so nowadays, because social determinants of health is the key word that we need to address.
Just very quickly, for health investment, what percentage of GDP should it be at so that we can achieve such growth?
There is a traditional concept of about 5%, but it doesn't really matter as long as the outcome is addressed. So it could be as high as 10 or as low as 2, but it depends on what is your base to begin with.
Ramon?
I would appeal to our business CEOs to consider education as part of the scope of responsibility that they have. There are opportunities for business to participate in education. As I tried to make an example of what we've been able to achieve, I think there are many opportunities of that sort. But other than that, there is an opportunity to participate in being involved in defining the competencies that come out of our educational system, even participating in the design of curriculums, particularly for those professions and jobs that we are interested in. Be actively involved, participate, and let your voice be heard so that you will participate in defining the future of education.
Nicolas?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the world is clearly becoming, we see that technology quickly. To do that, you need to invest many, many years. I mean, it's
workforce. This all contributes to discussion leaders. Kenneth, Ramon. Have a networking break and be back in 10.
Trust you thoroughly enjoy that. Coming up, the break is with the President of Vietnam on strategies for growth, equity, and resilience, along with a fantastic panel of business leaders. We would just like to ask that when you leave the room to please leave your headsets on your chair or back at the door. So if you do leave the room, please leave your headsets on the door or back at the door. We are going to take a break for about 25 minutes. We will begin the next session with the President of Vietnam at 11:50. We look forward to seeing you then. Thank you.
We will now have a short break. Kindly return your headsets and receivers. The next session will begin at 11:50. Please ensure that you are in the room by then. There will be no entrance or exit once the session begins.
tawarin ako ya. Tapos na siya. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, that is something that I really love. And so my career in Silicon Valley spans 40 years now. First as a design engineer, manager, vice president of engineering. And then I had the courage to take some risks and started a company. The first company failed. The idea was good, but we ran out of money. We didn't know how to raise that much amount. A year later, I didn't give up. I came up with a slightly better design and was able to raise sufficient amount of money, of all things, from a real estate developer and some friends. And I was glad that that company grew, and We took it public, and to this day, that is still the company, the record has not been broken, even in Silicon Valley, the fastest to IPO. We took that company in 22 months from start to IPO at NASDAQ. And so I had that courage again. I mean, it strengthened my confidence. I could take more risks. So I started yet another company where a lot of the fundamentals of graphics that you see in your PC or other devices, smartphones, came from there. I re-architected the entire PC to be able to process graphics and video significantly faster and more colors and so on. After we took that public, I became a VC, or as they say, I went to the dark side. In other words, I am now across the entrepreneur for the first time. But I had fun. I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years. And let me wrap this up where that is the key initiative, one of the key initiatives of PhilDev. We have programs now working with the government, academe, USAID, and other partners in instilling that knowledge of entrepreneurship through using innovation. I think it's going to be good in the next 20 years. The lady who mentioned that the Philippines is singled out to be a center for innovation, sometime, I think she said 20 years, we will make that happen. I guarantee you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banatao. We have time for 2 questions. We have our first one. Please approach the microphone. Oh, the ushers will bring the microphone to you.
Hi, good morning. I just accompanied my father here, but I was moved by your story, and I'm glad that you were able to, you know, from your humble beginnings, get to where you are right now. Anyway, my question is about the manufacturing industry. What exactly is the Philippine government, or how exactly, what is your role, about, you know, our manufacturing sector right now for innovation, for high-tech innovation? How competitive are we compared to Thailand and Malaysia when it comes to these? And when they give multinationals much better incentives relative to the Philippines. In addition, our electricity is one of the highest, or is the highest in Southeast Asia, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
Whoa, okay, let me handle the first one first. Manufacturing. I believe there are 2 or 3 companies here now in the Philippines, more along the lines of EMS, more on the systems, manufacturing, assembly, and a little bit of design. And I think they're fairly successful at that. The issue happens when you go into more complex manufacturing where you have to bring in sophisticated materials, gases, clean water, like semiconductors. A lot of sophisticated gases need to be used. And in that other side of manufacturing, I don't think we have the resources. What happens is that, yeah, if you have the money, you can set it up, but very quickly you have to import a lot of those exotic materials just to manufacture something. And that's probably not a sustainable proposition. And there are other manufacturing endeavors similar to that or less complex. I think that we need to develop a few of the, I would say, necessary material systems so that we can then fully manufacture products within the country, supported by, and here's where the EMS, let's see, hang on. Small SMEs, small to medium enterprises, some of them, if they innovate, and that's probably my best definition of what an SME is, they should also practice innovation there with hard sciences. But if there is such an effort here, those SMEs can then support that manufacturing prerogative. If they can, then there's one company that should do it all, but that's hard to fund. And so I would say the cooperation of SMEs, given a large market target, should be enough for a lot of the investors here to fund, because those are huge markets. I think this
Last
is the
question,
last
please.
question, yeah.
Sir Dado, I'm Cesar Tolentino. I don't know if you still remember me. I just have one question. Sir, would it be okay if I can spend 15 minutes of your time later after your talk for a private consultation and seeking of advice later after?
Yeah, we could have a glass of beer and
okay.
that'll be okay.
Sige, sir. I'll meet you later on that side of
okay,
the...
I don't know my schedule yet this afternoon, so just hang on. I'll probably be around here and so on. Okay?
Just immediately after the talk, sir. 15 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banatao. A cold one with this guy is a good idea any day. To our guests, do you believe, this is the next poll question, to our guests, do you believe that education, particularly in the STEM subjects, is pivotal to a career in technology and innovation? Again, our next poll question is, do you believe that education, particularly in the STEM subjects, is pivotal to a career in technology and innovation? Join the conversation. Let us now welcome our next speaker. Jonathan Swanson is where technology, politics, economics, philosophy, and the future intersect. Oh, and he's a big runner too. His dream was to work with the US President's team of economic advisors, yet he traded the White House for Silicon Valley. His natural curiosity and excitement about life and people has led him and co-founder Marco Sabacosta to create Thumbtack, an online marketplace for local services. As the co-founder and president of Thumbtack Incorporated, Swanson built and currently manages the company's global operations team of 500+ employees based in San Francisco, Salt Lake City, and the Philippines.
Hindi sira. Masira. Sabi niya, mainit kasi. Biro na yan.
Aga. Balik. Nakaraan. Patay ko
second question, please.
Chris Larano of Dow Jones. Sir, I heard that Indonesia again tried to get palm oil, Secretary Domingo. Indonesia tried again to get palm oil included, if not in the environmental goods list, then in the rural products. I was told that they weren't included in the list. Is that correct, sir? And is there any reason why?
I think that may have been last year or a few years ago when there was an attempt to do that, but to include it in the environmental goods list. But that was not.
It was to contribute to rural economy.
Yeah, the rural products is a concept that was presented and that was discussed, but I don't think there were specific items that were approved or discussed in that category.
Final point, sir. Is the recent haze, or in the past, does that play into the decision to not discuss it?
No, there was no discussion at all about the haze, at least not at the ministerial level.
Thank you, sir.
Since the two cabinet members should be proceeding to their next official engagement, we have time maybe for one final question.
I have a question here, please. I'm standing here.
Yes.
Yeah, Tres Reyes from CNN Philippines. Sir, I have a question for Secretary Domingo and to Secretary Albert. Was there any discussion about the Paris attacks? And will you, or have you made any recommendations as to how this should be treated in the statement that will be released by the leaders at the end of this meeting? That's my first question. My second question is, Secretary Domingo, you talked about steps that were taken regarding the FTAAP, which was pushed by China last year. What are these steps, and how are you now proceeding forward with regards to other and the regional and all, the whole spaghetti FTA? Thank you.
There was a common refrain from the ministers in terms of the Paris attacks, and I think this can be summed up in terms of everyone had expressed their condolences to the families of the victims for the terrorist acts. There was a call for unity of nations and peoples, and there was additionally a call for bringing to justice those who perpetuated the horrific developments in Paris last Friday.
Okay, on your question on the FTAAP, FTAP.
Can I just have a follow-up on that? So there was a discussion among the ministers on the Paris attacks, and then you made recommendations to the leaders to how to present it, sir. It will be included in a separate statement or part of the APEC 2015 declaration coming out of the leaders themselves.
I think each minister who spoke started with the commentary on the terrorist attacks in Paris. I think that was the common refrain, as I indicated. I think that has all been minuted, so it's contained in the minutes. I don't know whether it's carried as a matter of would that be included in the press release? These are personal expressions of sympathy and condemnation.
Therefore, APEC as a group has not come up with a statement taken a stand as APEC on this particular
I don't think
event.
we did.
As ministers.
Yes, I don't think we did. We didn't come up with a group position on it. But as I said, everyone who spoke the same language.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, on the FTAP, actually there was a lot of interventions about the FTAP. Basically, that they'd like to see the work continue on the study for FTAP, and there is a target that the submission of a comprehensive study and accompanying recommendations by the end of 2016. So that seems to be ongoing because there have been a task force and a core drafting group that has been formed, and there are initial deadlines actually by January. But the full report the target is to have that by the end of next year. On your other question as to how FTAP relates to TPP, RTAs, the regional trade agreements, etc. There were also some discussions on that by the ministers, and there were a number of comments that all these other trade agreements, such as the TPP, the RCEP, RCEP, the bilateral trade agreements that are proliferating, the other regional trade agreements, are all building blocks that are actually good even for the multilateral trading system, which is WTO. Because by having more of this regional or bilateral, plurilateral type of agreements, we actually advance the position of the free trade regimes, which makes it easier to conclude at a bigger group such as the FTAP and eventually the WTO. So these are all building blocks. That's how it's viewed.
Thank you.
One last question, please. I've been standing here and waiting and being polite. May I ask a question, please? Okay, right here. All right, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm with Voice of America. I have a question for Foreign Secretary. Beijing did not inform whether its president is going to visit or attend APEC until 8 days ago. Now he's here. Mr. Xi is here already. I wonder what Manila had to do to convince Beijing that it's worthwhile to come here to attend APEC, and whether his attendance at APEC would provide a new impetus for improving the bilateral relationship. Thank you.
We certainly welcome the presence and attendance of President Xi Jinping, and we're very happy that he's here, and we believe that he has honored our, and he has been promised that we would be a good host.
Thank you very much. This press conference is now concluded. We would like to thank Secretary De Rosario, Secretary
Thank you, Mr. Omali. May we invite you to be seated on stage as we call in once more award-winning journalist and TV
150 people stay there, hasn't collapsed, and 12 barefoot architects actually
What will the city of the future look like?
designed it. It's the only college which is fully solar energized. All the power for the college comes from the sun. And the person who actually installed it, repairs it, maintains it, is this village priest called Bhagwat Nandan, who knows more about solar energy than anyone I know anywhere in the world. Beautiful, extraordinary, awesome man. So this solar-powered barefoot college, for the next 25 years, has power enough to run photocopying machines, film units, dental chairs, everything runs off the sun. And it's the only college which has Wi-Fi faster than Delhi. It's a college where we have a milk booth which is solar. We have a marketing outlet for 500 artisans who we sell their products, over $300,000 every year. We have a showroom. All this is the Barefoot College infrastructure. We have a solar-operated ATM, and we have a telephone exchange, which is solar-operated with optical fiber cable. And we make all our films in the Barefoot College. We keep the culture of Rajasthan alive because we have 400 hours of dance and music and song, which is now almost extinct in Rajasthan. We have a nursery where we keep traditional varieties. In 6 months, she might be able to do a root canal. But we haven't got so far because she's too scared. We have acupuncture, all traditional alternative medicine. And we have a community radio, which is 50,000 people we access 24/7 through a community radio on social messages. Remember, all these people are people who are semi-literate, never been to school and college. We have a solar cooker. If you should come to the Barefoot College, you get solar-cooked food done by grandmothers who are illiterate, made this Scheffler solar cooker. And regrettably, they're almost half German. They're so precise. So this is our staff of the Barefoot College. We believe in transfer of technology, transferring demystified, decentralized, right down to the hands of poor communities. So we are transferring people's technologies of water. Rainwater harvesting is something which is so important in Rajasthan in the deserts. But you ask the engineer, what about rainwater harvesting? And they say, stupid answer, you know, it's not in my curriculum. So we try and use practical knowledge, which is 300 years old, and transfer them into schools. So now we have 1,200 schools where there are rainwater harvesting structures. We collect 100 million liters, and 50,000 children go to these schools. We have 225 schools at night for children who can't go to school in the morning because they're looking after goats and sheep and drinking water and firewood. So we run schools at night for these people. 7,000 children come to these schools at night. And we believe that they should actually run their schools. So we have an election. Between 6 and 14 girls elect a prime minister. We have schools like that in 1975. Now the schools are all solar lit. This prime minister is elected by 7,000 children. Prime Minister is 12 years old. She looks after 20 goats in the morning, but she's Prime Minister in the evening. She has a cabinet, and that cabinet monitors and supervises the schools. All the Prime Ministers are girls, much to the regret of the boys, because more girls come to school at night. The boys have to settle for being Speaker of the House. She went 5 years later to get the World's Children's Prize from the Queen of Sweden. Queen of Sweden couldn't believe that this Prime Minister, on her left, had so much confidence, never been outside a village in her life, and all of a sudden, she's as if she's settled down in Sweden. So she turned to me and said, can you ask her where she got her confidence from? This 12-year-old Prime Minister looked at her straight in the eye and said, please tell her I'm the Prime Minister. Where the media, where there's no newspapers, no television, we work through puppets, glove puppets. This man is 300 years old, solves all my problems.
He's my psychoanalyst, he's my doctor, he's my teacher, he's my lawyer, he's my donor, he solves all my problems for me. Any time I have tensions in the village, I call this man called Joachim Chacha, and he solves all of it. And we talk about social messages, why you shouldn't beat your wife, why you should have clean water, why you should send your child to school. These puppets, ladies and gentlemen, are made out of recycled World Bank reports. Education. What is the most powerful way of communicating today? Is it television? Is it telephone? Is it telegraph? It's tell a woman. That is how we communicate today. All these women are now entrepreneurs. They look after, they work, they make handicrafts. Because of solar light, they have more power. They make the sanitary napkins. They make toys for children. They make chalk and candles. They make teaching aids and learning aids. They make solar water heaters. They make solar cookers. And now they also make mosquito nets. So over 2 million people, we have actually worked over 40 years and given them jobs. Today, we believe in the demystified, decentralized systems of solar energy. Once we showed how we could solar electrify the village, then we started solar electrifying villages all over the world, and we started with India. So these are women who are illiterate, semi-literate, never been outside the village in their lives, and through sign language, we trained these tribal women solar engineering. These are the first tribal solar engineers of India. And this technology, after 15,000 houses being solar electrified by these solar mamas, we took it to Africa. So between 2008 and 2015, we have covered the whole continent of Africa. And we have trained over who are illiterate, never been outside their village, never even flown, and they come for 6 months. This is the light unacceptable today in 2005 kilometers to get kerosene. And sit around the table because they're all speaking Spanish, French, and within 6 months, more about solar engineering graduate after 5 years, guaranteed. So we've covered the whole continent of Africa, and we have covered Latin and South America. Great supporter was Michelle Bachelet. She was head of UN Women, and she was so fascinated that she gave us some money for the Pacific and for Africa and for Latin America. So now, 70 countries south of the equator have solar mamas, solar engineers, and we have covered over 700 grandmothers today. His Holiness the Dalai Lama came, and he couldn't believe that he had seen this. And we said, we'd like to train some Tibetan women. And he said, sure, but they will not understand. So 6 months later, we got the first 2 Tibetan women, and he just was so delighted. He said, I want to see the Barefoot College. I want to see what makes this organization tick. So he came, spent the night there. So we told him, you know, we've come to the conclusion that men are untrainable. Men are restless. Men are compulsively mobile. Men are ambitious. And they all want a certificate. And the moment you give a man a certificate anywhere in the village, anywhere in the world, they go looking for a job in a city. So what's the point of training men? So we train only women. Today, there are 9 barefoot solar mamas who've been trained in the Philippines. And they're all fantastic. You can't believe how much they have trained. They've all come and gone and become solar engineers. So His Holiness came and said something very profound. Made a puppet of him too. He said, now that you have shown the Barefoot College working in practice, let's see if the experts and development planners and the UN and the World Bank can make it work in theory. Because we have done everything wrong. We haven't followed any classical model, and yet it seems to have worked. Something in this model which is magical, and we'd like to replicate it all over the world. So right now, every grandmother who comes to India has been supported by the government of India. So the government of India gives me the money to get a grandmother from any part of the world to the Barefoot College, pays the airfare and the 6 months training costs. But we need people like you, gentlemen, to look after the equipment. So we need some people who are in the CSR business to come and help us with the equipment. I will end with a quotation of Mahatma Gandhi. He said, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. Thank you very much.
What will the city of the future look like? Cities are engines of growth, generating more than 80% of global GDP. By 2050, the world's urban population will have increased by 2.5 billion people. To cope with such explosive growth, cities must tackle big challenges to keep them livable, sustainable, and competitive. Acute congestion in APEC cities inflicts a heavy toll on business and people. The waste generated by urban centres poses environmental, health and economic problems. And growing populations need access to basic public services, healthcare and education. What will it take to build livable cities for all?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Timothy Ong.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to moderate this discussion on the cities of the future and the future of cities. In this city of Manila, which is the 18th largest city in the world. For the first time in human history, most human beings now live in cities. 30% in the year 1950, over 54% today, an estimated 66% by the year 2050. So a discussion on the cities of the future is not just a discussion on cities. It is a discussion on how we are going to live and work in the future. We have a wonderful panel to begin the discussion this afternoon. We have Robert Doyle, the Lord Mayor of Melbourne, ranked recently for the 5th time, 5 years in a row, as the most livable city in the world. We have Dr. Frank Appel, the CEO of Deutsche Post DHL, the world's leading logistics and mail services corporation. and a major user of cities. We have Perrin Beattie, the President and CEO of the Canada Chamber of Commerce. Canada is home to a number of the world's most livable cities. And last but not least, we have Jaime Zobel de Ayala, Chairman of the Ayala Corporation, recipient of the Harvard Business School Alumni Achievement Award, recipient of the Presidential Medal for Merit. Thank you. Gentlemen, let's talk about the challenges facing cities. When we look at our world, which is increasingly a world of cities, we see a small number of cities, highly livable, doing very well, and we see a large number of cities struggling with almost chronic problems: inadequate infrastructure, traffic congestion to the point of paralysis. Mayor Doyle, Lord Mayor Doyle, coming from Melbourne, a successful city, when you travel the world, when you see the challenges confronting cities throughout the world, what, in your view, is the biggest challenge facing the cities of today and of the future?
Let me tell you a little bit about mine and our challenges. We're a city of about 4.3 million people. It's a large city by Australian standards, down in the southeast corner of Australia. But we're growing very quickly for an Australian city. The Australian Bureau of Statistics says sometime around 2050, we're a city of perhaps 8 million. We overtake Sydney in the 2030s. And that means that speed of growth means for me that many of my problems are those that are similar to cities throughout the world. How do I make decisions now that will ensure the prosperity of the city, the sustainability of the city, the resilience of the city, and the livability of the city? So I've just got two very quick little stories about a model now that I don't think will work in the future, although it did for us, and a very, very quick example of what the model for the future might be, I think, for all of us. First one is this. When I was first elected mayor in 2008, we were at the end of a drought. February of the next year, we had a terrible bushfire, a wildfire in our state. It killed 173 people. It destroyed over 2,000 houses. It was an awful event. But what led up to that event was 10 days in our city that was over 40 degrees Celsius. That, in the old scale, if you use the Fahrenheit scale, is 104. And that final day was 47 degrees, 116 in the old scale. In that week, nearly 500 people died in my city as a result of heat. Elderly people, vulnerable people, people with respiratory problems and compromise. And when we got through that awful period, we thought to ourselves, what can we do? What can we do to protect people from this in the future? And you know, the answer wasn't that difficult. What we did, first of all, we did a thermal map of the whole city. So right from the outskirts of the city into the centre. And what we found was the centre of the city, unsurprisingly, was 5 degrees hotter than the outskirts of the city, the so-called heat island effect. Then we digitally mapped all of the trees in the central city only, just the sort of 38 square kilometres of the central city. And we decided the one thing that we could do to future-proof us against that sort of terrible death toll was pretty simple: plant trees. So we started planting 3,000 extra trees a year, and we'll do so for 10 years. And we know that that will cool the centre of the city by 5 degrees. And think about the effect of that on those very high temperature days. And the reason that we think this is a great public policy, and we're working with Auckland right now, we're working with Los Angeles, with San Francisco to share what we did, is that it is transferable, it's scalable, it's affordable, and it's measurable. And we did that. We also had to do, I think Bunker was talking about this earlier, stormwater harvesting. And we did all of that to try to future-proof our city against those extreme heat events that we know we're going to get. And we did that with a little bit of federal money, but not much, to be honest. And we were able to do it But to be honest, I don't think that's a sustainable way of us thinking about how do we want to be the most livable city in the world in 2050. We can't do it ourselves. So the second quick example is maybe the way forward, and it's much harder. We're about to build the biggest piece of city infrastructure in Australia. It's a rail tunnel. There are two 9-kilometre underground rail tunnels that we have to dig. And that's so that we can move people about. If you can't move people in your city, it is not livable. And by the way, cars, that's not what cities are for. Cities are for people. And you've got to be thinking about people first, not about the motor car. So moving large numbers of people should not be by motor car. But in order to do that, it is going to need to be a partnership between the federal government, the state government, the city government, and the private sector. We're still squabbling a bit about who will pay for what, but in the end, it's got to be a partnership between all of us to deliver this major project for the livability of our city in the future. When I go back to that terrible week that was leading up to Black Saturday, the city very nearly failed. As we got to that Friday night, telecommunications failed. The rail line started to buckle, so we weren't sure if we could get over 1 million people from the centre of the city home. Lifts all over the city began to fail. The city began to shut down. And so we knew if we were to future-proof our city, we'd have to do things like plant those trees to cool the city down, but work out ways that are much more efficient about moving people in and around our city. So that model of the future is going to be about how well we line up together and cooperate to deliver these very big projects. Otherwise, our cities won't have futures.
Plant trees, infrastructure to move people. The key is partnership. This, of course, brings us to the question of how to get the politics in line with the solutions. But we'll return to that later. I suspect that's a very long discussion. Frank, you are the CEO of the world's leading logistics mail services company. And almost by definition, you have become an authority on how cities work, whether they work well, whether they don't work well, it affects how you do business. What is the biggest challenge confronting cities today and the city of the future?
Yeah, so if I reflect what I hear when traveling around the world, the biggest theme for all cities is congestion. People spend massive of time in traffic instead of being home with their families or being on time to work, and that's a massive problem. And the problem with that is you can't overcome that very simply because you need long-term planning to upgrade the infrastructure. So when I'm talking to mayors of cities, they are definitely not stupid and know the problem. The challenge is somehow to plan long-term on one end. That is not easy, as I said. Therefore, we usually say, try to think more from how you use the capacity you have already in the smartest way. And that there are many different ways to do that. One is that instead of having traffic into the city for deliveries for products to retail or whatsoever, do it at night when the capacity is not used. Or using marine technology to use your main roads by Internet of Things to maximize the flow through these roads. So, the idea of using the existing infrastructure in the smartest ways is probably a shorter and better answer than thinking only to upgrade the capacity for major infrastructure investments, because there are always, conflicts with the people who live there. There's, then there's missing money to do that and all this kind of stuff. So I believe a very important thing, and we see that as well in many places, is that you de-bottleneck your system somehow by maximize the capacity you have already in place.
So a big challenge is congestion, traffic congestion, and we should be thinking in terms of the smart use of existing infrastructure.
Yes.
Great. Perrin, do you agree with that assessment? It seems that when one starts getting into the problems confronting cities, that we almost need a qualitative leap, that incremental solutions are not going to work. I'm just wondering whether a part or a large part of the answer lies in technology.
I have no doubt that that's the case. Certainly a starting point for us is how do we use technologies far more intelligently than we're doing today? When you look at the Internet of Things and the potential there is there for us to do things dramatically differently from how we've done them in the past, there's enormous potential for us to be far more efficient in terms of how we use the resources within cities to allow our citizens to connect much better, to enable them to be more respectful of the environment, to create living conditions that are provide a better quality of life for our citizens. And using these technologies, I think we can make substantial differences. Infrastructure is key, and certainly from a Canadian perspective, we need to make major infrastructure investments in our urban areas and also in trade promoting infrastructure. That is absolutely key, whether it's digital infrastructure, roads, railways, public transportation systems, a whole range of other areas. The other area that I would stress, though, too, is let's not focus entirely on things. We also have to focus on people. Toronto is a city roughly the size of Melbourne. One of the things that makes it unique is its diversity. And we have every country's first-generation diaspora in the greater Toronto area, speaking their language, coming from having family and friends back home, maintaining ties with the rest of the world, and it works. What is critical at the end of the day is how does your population manage, and is there a quality of life where people feel at home in the city, where they feel welcome, and where it's a place that will attract the best and the brightest. As we look at the challenges facing Canadian cities, it's what can we do to attract capital? What can we do to attract the people that we need to move the city on to the next level? And having in place both the physical infrastructure and in the social infrastructure as well is absolutely critical for us to be able to do that.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to this challenge of how one is able to attract investment into those priority areas. Jaime, you are the only member of this panel who operates in an emerging country context. When one visits Manila, one is struck by a certain contrast. The contrast between privately provided infrastructure and the high quality of it. Much of it the result of the good work done by your company, the Ayala Corporation, and the inadequacy of publicly provided infrastructure. This contrast, of course, is played out in many different major cities in the emerging world. What is the big challenge there? High quality private infrastructure, inadequate public infrastructure. What is the problem?
I think, Timothy, you touch on an important topic, which is, I guess, private sector capacity and public sector capacity. Let me just start with the positives. This trend towards urbanization in our country, and the city of Manila in particular, has led to tremendous growth in the nation. And so, while density in and of itself can seem like a negative, let me just start by saying that in the case of the Philippines, it's a positive. If you look at our economic numbers, out of greater Metro Manila, basically comes the bulk of our GNP in the country. That's number one. Number two, in the Philippines, as you can see in traveling around, we're not that organized from an infrastructure point of view, but there's massive creativity that takes place in the city. As a nation, we're not as structured, for example, as the Germans in planning ahead, organizing ourselves, but the amount of creativity in the city is phenomenal. We produce musicians, artists, draftsmen, designers, and they travel all over the world. And so somehow they thrive within the sort of controlled chaos that is Manila and get produced by it and move out and succeed in other places. So there's a combustion that happens in the city that's there. Now, you bring up the whole topic of public versus private. I've always believed that the private sector has a greater role in emerging markets like ours to contribute to some of the developmental needs that the public sector needs to hurdle. There are many topics one can go on, but I'd like to take a lead from the Lord Mayor's point of view and maybe just focus on one area, which is the whole area of preparing for disasters. I've mentioned that Greater Metro Manila is an economic hub for the country. That is a positive. The negative is if it ever got hit by a major disaster, it would have a crippling effect on the country. So one has to think ahead and say, how can one minimize that? And now I go to the public-private sector component. The private sector, I think, has inordinate, in countries like ours, has inordinate access to great people, to capital, to resources, and is able to do a lot more in countries like ours. So I think with it comes a greater responsibility to contribute in some way to addressing some of the many problems we have. And just focusing on the disaster side, I was very impressed with the mayor's planning in Melbourne. In our case, we're part of an earthquake belt, the Ring of Fire. We're also part of the typhoon movement. What some of us have done is every time disaster hit, the private sector would call to help the government, which I think is correct. But after a while, we said to ourselves, we called each other up, convened ourselves, and said, why doesn't the private sector get together and organize ourselves so that in moments of future disaster, we're completely prepared? So through a foundation, a large grouping of us representing public utilities, infrastructure, real estate developers, logistics companies, we all banded together under a foundation called PDRF. We've gotten broad representation of the governance, and we've put up one emergency center with the plan of putting two up, long-term, being run 24/7 by private individuals, and the whole data bank of all the resources we can bring to play in a moment's notice in case of disaster. So we become a single point of contact for the government in times of disaster. Now, going back to public-private linkages, we felt that that was a major contribution we could make as the private sector to helping prepare ahead. Our ability to organize the resources we have are sometimes greater than the government's. The government has to worry about 100 million people. We have assets that are within our control, and we thought that was one way of coming together as a private sector, uniting ourselves, having one point of contact, being organized, being ready at a moment's notice to provide resources to the government at a point of need. And the biggest driver of that is the fear that we have, many of the economic players, that in a time of great disaster, which could happen at any time, as we know, black swans hit us on a regular basis, we be able to respond immediately. I think the Lord Mayor said, people say, you know, how come telecommunications equipment is not up in times of crisis? You know, when power shuts down, and invariably it does, there are few things you can really do. You can prepare, but when a major storm or a major typhoon hits you, things will go down. And after the power cuts down, the battery supply to the telecommunication towers start to come down after 24 hours, and it's just a domino effect. But however, preparing ahead for it, having resources in key components of the country, and being able to work as a grouping of private sector companies is just a great way of preparing and helping the government in time of need. That's just one thought I wanted to contribute to the conversation.
Thank you very much.
Timothy, could I just want to say a very quick word in furious agreement with Frank and with Perrin. Frank made the point about infrastructure. If our city doubles in size, there's absolutely no way that we can exactly duplicate our infrastructure. You've just got to work out much smarter ways of using what you've got now, as well as building the new stuff that you're going to need. So smart cities will do that. And to take Perrin's point, I think that human capital, that diversity, is one of the greatest strengths you can have. We say very proudly in Melbourne we come from 200 different nationalities. We speak more than 240 different languages and dialects. We practice 105 different faiths, but we're one Melbourne. And it's one of the great strengths of a city to have that diversity of human capital as well.
Thank you very much. I mean, just taking from a point that Jaime made, it's quite clear listening to Jaime and looking at Manila that a large part of the answer comes in terms of private sector, enterprise, innovation, creativity. But it is also clear if you look at the world of cities that business cannot do everything. Part of the infrastructure challenge must be met by governments. So however difficult it is, we need to address the question of what is the proper role of government and what is the partnership that we talk about as necessary between government and business. So, Perrin, I mean, you used to be a minister in the Canadian government, and now you are president of the Canada Chamber of Commerce. What do you think is the key in terms of getting this partnership right? Too much government is a problem. Yeah. Too little government is a problem. What is the answer?
Well, there's no one size that fits all on this. As a matter, we all are feeling our way along with it. But you look at infrastructure alone. In Canada, we have a significant infrastructure deficit. We need to first of all, do triage and focus on the areas where we can have trade promoting and other important infrastructure which will have the most economic impact in terms of creating economic growth and improving quality of life. But governments alone, even if you look at that area, do not have enough money to do it. We need to look at creative ways of financing infrastructure like public-private partnerships. And this is one of the areas where Australia's been pioneering, Canada's been pioneering, and there's much more that we could be doing to move that ahead. Increasingly with the issues that we're facing today, they're issues that are shared, that aren't owned by government or owned by the private sector or owned by the federal government or by the states or by the municipality. They're shared issues that require a collaborative approach. And attempting to put people into cubby holes or put the issues into cubby holes just isn't going to work. We're going to need to find ways of bringing business, labor, the academic sector, governments at all level to the table to say, let's focus on the problem rather than on jurisdiction, and how do we work together to fix it. The private sector can bring capital and it can bring expertise. And those are two key areas where we can supplement what government can do. But government can bring vision, and it can bring its convening power to get people to the table to try to resolve issues.
Thank you very much. Frank, do you know how many cities DHL operates in?
I know in how many countries and territories, 220, so it's probably thousands,
So
whatever you call a city.
You must have strong opinions on cities that work and on cities that don't. Now, we're not going to put you on the spot by asking you to name the cities that don't work. But, when you look at the world in which DHL operates in, and that is the known world, what do you see as the biggest thing that government-business partnership should focus on?
Yeah, maybe first of all, unfortunately, I haven't seen too many cities of large scale who have done well, including my own home country. We have a lot of congestion in the meantime as well, despite that we are famous for having good infrastructure. So I think the world is really challenged because the private and the company traffic has increased significantly with all the consequences it has. And therefore, I think the challenge is somehow that there are interesting concepts. Like we have talked to several cities about creating warehouses around the cities and combining then deliveries for many customers and many companies in one way instead of having, everybody is doing his same, is it doing it himself for different customers and so on and so forth. We didn't succeed yet because finally, always the question comes, but how do we keep competition up? How do we get then logistics companies still competing if you are providing all the services to the city? Despite that would be significant improvement. And that's the problem, and I think we need to find new ways how governments, competitors are working together to use the infrastructure which is available. And we have not found good answers, and that's an obligation for mayors, but it's also for our industry and our customers, how we link our, activities better together and say, okay, in one city, company A is doing that, like an airport is operated by company A in one city, and another one is company B, and that could create a significant opportunity somewhere. So that is an example. Not to speak about infrastructure. The infrastructure challenge is because it's usually beyond the tenure of CEOs and mayors. And that creates a specific problem. If you are not elected 3 or 4 times, you don't see the benefits of all the investments you have originally launched. And that makes it even more difficult because somebody has to fund it and somebody has to push it, and you get all the negatives of these kind of things instead of getting the benefits from that later on. And that's true for company leaders, but also true for politicians. So there is no easy answer except that we should be more self-critical and saying, we have to think significantly beyond our tenure, and we should measure ourselves more what happens after we step down from our jobs instead of being proud of what we have achieved in our tenure.
I want to pose a question to the Lord Mayor, and then after that, I'd like to open up the discussion to questions from the floor. Lord Mayor, it's clear when we get into this discussion that there is a need for long-range thinking, because no way we are going to create the cities of the future with short-term 3-5-year cycles. And yet, our modern politics is all about short-term thinking. Now, you are Lord Mayor of the world's most livable city.
For 5 years in a row.
5 years in a row. 5 years in a row.
Did we mention that?
And yet, increasingly, the kind of politics, not just in your country, but in the developed world, is short-term with a revolving chair at the top. How does one reconcile the need for long-range thinking, the courage to make those long-term decisions, and all these short-term political considerations? After the Lord Mayor, open the discussion to the floor, so if you have questions, prepare for them.
It's a central conundrum, and it's a real problem in adversarial politics that, you know, one government gets in and has a set of priorities and everyone's heading down that track, and then suddenly, in a very short electoral cycle, a government of a different flavour gets in, and suddenly all of that's passé, we're going this way now, and the public are sick of it. In Australia, there is a discussion, particularly around infrastructure, that these decisions should be made in a way that all sides sign up to, and then there is a way forward. I don't really see much hope of that, to be perfectly honest, because each side has their own particular platform, and so I don't hold out a lot of hope. You can do some small things that are actually, you know, not reliant upon the politicians. When we did our 10-year financial plan for the city, we didn't do it as a Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor and group of councillors with our advisors. We brought in a process of participatory democracy where we got a representative group of our citizenry, a representative group, and we made available to all of them all of the information that's available to us from our experts, from our financial controllers, with all the infrastructure issues that we needed. And we said to that people's panel, you come up with a 10-year financial plan for the City of Melbourne. Now, we left to ourselves the final decision to adopt it, but in the end we did. We adopted it wholesale. And the reason that I have confidence that that will survive is because it didn't come from Robert Doyle or my predecessor or my successor, who I hope is in about 25 years' time, but that's a different issue too. It actually came directly from the people whom it will affect. And therefore, I think it has a validity and a substance that is beyond political substance. Now, that's sad in one way, that you have to bypass the political system in order to get it. But as I say, there are small experiments like that going on in places like Canada as well as in Australia. But until, for instance, on infrastructure, we can have people leave their guns at the door and come together and think of either the country or the state or the city first, and not their mantra, which is win the next election, then we won't get such general agreement. And I don't hold out much hope for us, I regret to say.
I'm going to ask the next question of Jaime, but we'll do that after opening to the floor. But I'm going to ask you to address that very same question, except in your context, it's an emerging country context. How does one reconcile the need for long-range thinking with democratic politics, so to speak? But yes, questions from the floor on this subject of the cities of the future and the future of cities. Questions from the floor?
While they're thinking, can I add a point, just without wanting to be political or disputatious with the Lord Mayor, who has gotten the plug for Melbourne as the most livable city. 3 of the 5 top cities in the list were Canadian.
They were. That's because Canadian cities are very like Australian cities. Look, the reality is on that scale, there isn't really much difference at all between the top 10 or 15 cities. It's a polite fiction that there is.
Gentlemen, we will convene a separate session for this. Jaime, you know, because so far we have been discussing this private-public linkage challenge in a developed world context. Provide us with another perspective.
Let me just start by saying that having visited Melbourne, Vancouver, Toronto, and Quebec, you all have wonderful cities. You got nothing to worry about between yourselves.
He's the politician among us. Absolutely.
Diplomat.
But I think actually now I understand why Melbourne has done so well. I want to take an idea that the Lord Mayor put together, and I think it's just magnificent, which is the whole concept of taking an independent group to do a study, which the political leadership can either accept, add, or modify as they see fit, but get the communities involved in the planning, gives an overarching long-term direction to the needs of the community, and then it's up to the political forces to take it or not. I think that is just a phenomenal idea. I think it has happened in other cities, but not that often, and I think it's wonderful. I think the private sector can bring a lot of progressive thinking, some quick decision-making and capital to ideas. At the same time, you do need the policymakers, the government, to create a framework that is equal to all. The private sector is not generally very good at being altruistic, and that's the role of governments. But if you can blend the two together, that overarch, I guess, political periods of leadership, then you start to create something fundamentally, very strong. Actually, I think that's an excellent idea, but it would, of course, take for the local governments to convene, empower, and put together a study like that, and then use it in a serious way. Let me just add that we have a little level of complexity in the city, greater city of Manila. All of you think of Manila as one city, but we're actually fundamentally made up of I think 7 or 8 different cities, each with their own mayors. In our particular case, it's a different problem. There is no overarching framework to unite the infrastructure of these different cities. And that's a challenge that we have, given the governance structure of Greater Metro Manila. And perhaps taking a page from the mayor's advice, the whole thought of creating an independent group to recommend to all the mayors a fundamental piece of working infrastructure that unites all the cities, and then subject, of course, to the approval of the political entities and the local governments, is just a great way to move forward.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, the lady.
I've attended.
Identify yourself first, then ask the question.
I'm Cora de la Paz Bernardo, former head of the Philippine Social Security System, ex-PWC, and I was president of the International Social Security Association.
Thank you.
I've attended a conference in San Galen about cities of the future, preparing for the aging population.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think we should prepare for a population of old people? Because the requirements will be different from what the ordinary citizens require. Thank you.
Thank you for that excellent question. I will take another 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll turn to the panel. Are there other questions? Yes, another lady.
Hi, Christina Ampil from PricewaterhouseCoopers. I was wondering, what technology are you most excited about to apply in cities? And how do you make sure the technology that's applied doesn't get obsolete now that technology advances are so quick? Thank you.
Thank you. Second question on technology and how to apply. Another question? If not, we'll turn to the panel. Yes? Another lady.
Hi, my name is Karina Hunt. I'm a Canadian delegate from the Voices of the Future program. And I understand that cities are expected to be future economic drivers. However, how are we planning to reconcile the development of cities with, while not neglecting rural areas? Because food security, for example, in the Northern Territories of Canada, and also mental health in these areas is a huge concern right now. Thank you.
Okay, question on the right balance between planning for cities and not forgetting rural areas. So let me turn now to the panel. The first question on how do cities take care of their aging populations. I thought I would direct this to Lord Mayor Robert Doyle and Jaime Zobel. And then the second question is on technology for cities. I thought I would direct this to Perrin Beatty and Frank Apple. And the balance between the urban and the rural, I asked for a volunteer to respond to that question. So preparing for the aging. Robert.
First of all, there's something that you can do in your city which is around design. We talk about 8 to 80. So if you're 8 years old or you're 80 years old, you should be able to navigate perfectly comfortably and safely the city itself. And there are things you can do in urban design to make sure that happens. So the first thing is think about the way that your city works. Secondly, we have a very developed aged care sector in Australia that partly supports aging in place for obviously as long as possible in terms of independent living, but then has a residential aged care system and a palliative care end-of-life system that is both private and public. So while we're not perfect at it by any means, it's quite a developed system. Recently, we've had a discussion about how long should you work, when's your retirement age, and that's getting pushed further and further out. And so I've heard a couple of times that, the sort of what we would call grey power, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, is a power to be harnessed both for the economy and particularly socially. So we've got to work out smarter ways of doing it. For me, it begins with urban design.
Thank you very much. Jaime?
I think Cora's question is a fascinating one because I think we assume aging taking place within the framework of aging today. But everywhere, everything I read, everything I look at is that we're going to be adding 10, 20 years to our lives very, very soon. And that reality of a completely different population base with a whole different physical and mental state is going to be a reality for all of us. In the Philippines, and I think a lot of it depends on the society, we have a very strong extended family orientation in the Philippines. And there are a lot of social safety nets. We don't need as many physical ones precisely because there's so many extended social safety nets that I think cushion us a little bit from the dangers of this. That having been said, I think the Lord Mayor made reference to some of the public responsibilities. We, in the private sector, those who build infrastructure, apartments, places for rent, we have to start taking into account the very needs, I guess, of a different level of population. Right now, we're a little bit dulled in our thinking because the vast majority of the Philippines is extremely young. And so we actually tend to focus a lot on youth when we think of our physical spaces. But I think you're absolutely right. Cora's got a point that with this extension of life, we have to start changing the focus and create zones, physical spaces, amenities, support systems that begin to address that. And I think the private sector has a role in beginning to think that through. Perhaps we haven't thought about it enough.
Thank you very much. Now, the second question on technology, how to think about it, how to adapt it, how to use it cleverly. Frank, you first.
Yeah, I understood the question somehow, and what is the most exciting one? There's a very straightforward, simple one, which is already in use by us. It's electric vehicles. So we have our own small startup, which we bought recently, a spin-off of a university who has built our electric vans for last mile delivery, which is quite exciting because it takes a lot of pollution out of the city. So that's working. It's also linked to consumers, and customers can buy a carbon neutral product, and we then invest the money we get into additional electric cars. We are experimenting with drones. Drones could be easily used at night, using the air instead of having traffic to deliver that. The most fascinating is probably avatars. We had done a study of future scenarios, what might happen, and it's not too unlikely that maybe in 20 years we all have our avatar who's doing the grocery shopping for us instead of that we are going there. That's definitely something which would change the situation in cities quite massively. So these are technologies we are looking at, we are using, and we are quite excited about. So that's one. On rural areas, I think the situation, despite that more people leave rural areas, has probably never better, because you can get through the internet education. You can probably get better health advice through the internet. And of course, you can get e-commerce deliveries into the rural areas. You are not depending on big malls. You can have the same access to products you want to buy through a completely different approach than in the past. So I think, despite that more and more people are moving in the bigger cities, there is a huge opportunity as well for people who live in the rural areas, and the situation probably is better than ever before, particularly in the emerging countries, where are no proper education available, no proper health systems available, and no purchase of interesting products is possible. So, and all these are addressable at the moment better than they have been before, and that might change as well the situation that people don't want to move any longer in major city, but want to live where they are living.
Thank you very much. So technology is a very large part of the future. Do you agree with that? Or?
Yep. I alluded earlier to the importance of digitization and the interconnected cities, smart cities. When you take a look at the potential there is with these technologies, it's simply stunning. We don't even understand at this point where the technology is going, and the acceleration, the pace of these technologies is really remarkable. Look at driverless cars as a potential. When you take a look at the impact of that in terms of urban congestion downtown, in terms of the amount of space that's used for parking lots at the present time, if indeed we could use our automobiles far more effectively and efficiently than we do today, Ontario is trying to facilitate experimentation with driverless automobiles. General Motors in its facility in Oshawa is focusing on new technologies, the brains that you can put into cars to make them far more effective and safer as a result. Well, to me, the most interesting part of the question, though, was where the questioner asked about how do we ensure that we don't lock ourselves into technologies that are going to become obsolete. And I think the answer is by not locking ourselves in. It's a matter of mindset as much as anything else. My concern is where government attempts to bless a technology and to freeze it in time and to say, this is the one that will be permitted and others will be prevented. What if I can be very controversial here, what if we took the model of Uber, which is about as disruptive a technology as I can think of, and instead of conspiring to block disruptive technologies that reinvent the way in which we do transportation, what if we embraced them and said what we want to do is to encourage these new technologies that force us to rethink how we live and how we do business? Then we would be able to see breakthroughs that none of us can imagine today. Let me touch briefly, because it's highly related, on the issue of rural areas. I was also Minister of National Health and Welfare and had a number of other portfolios in government. And of course, as you look at the remote areas in Canada, 90% of Canada's population is like weather stripping along the US border. And there are vast areas with small settlements of people. These new technologies are democratizing in their nature. Telehealth allows you to go out and to plug people in the most rural areas into the most modern medicine. Distance education is another area. There are a whole range of other ways in which these technologies can help to equalize some of the differences we see today between rural areas and people living in the large urban metropolises.
Thank you very much. Jaime.
Yeah. I tend to agree that technology is going to change the way people in rural areas access information and also get treated on health. I think that is all very valid. However, I think a reality we must all face, and this is going back to the question of the young lady, is urbanization is here to stay. It's where employment will be. It's where the higher paying jobs generally will be. It's where the educational creative hubs will be. I think we have to just make a conscious decision and overweight everything cities need, because that influx, I believe, will not stop. It will be a trend that continues as far as I can see. And while I completely agree that there will be a lot of linkages that will allow people in outer areas to subscribe to many of the elements that make modern living a positive thing, I think the influx of people to major urban centers is not going to decrease, which is where I would argue the overweighting of ideas, emphasis, capital, coordination on solutions to the livability of urban centers has to continue unabated, irrespective of where technology takes us in linking up people outside cities.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I would like you to reflect on something and give a quick response. If you had to draw up an agenda for the cities of the future, what would be the 2 or 3 items on that agenda? And because we are close to the time when we need to close this session, I ask you to keep your agenda to no more than 1.5 minutes each. Why don't we start with Dr. Apple, and then we will have Perrin, Jaime, and then the last word to the Lord Mayor, Robert Doe.
Yeah, so I would focus on three things. First, focusing on how you can maximize the capacity of the existing infrastructure. That's very short-term oriented, can relieve already some cities. Second is long-term planning, which is 20 years plus somehow. And the third is, I think there's an immediate action as well, which is getting more incentivization of electric vehicles somehow, because that would help significantly the livability of cities somehow, I believe.
Thank you very much. We are beginning to have an outline for the next session at next year's CEO Summit on Cities. Perrin.
Technology, I'll come back to that. We need to focus on that now and start making decisions now that enable us to become far more interconnected and to use these technologies effectively. Infrastructure, physical infrastructure, particularly focused on how we attack the serious problems of urban transportation and the ability as well of business to be able to move the goods that it needs. But the third is human. And particularly now with the refugee crisis that we are watching and with the events in Paris last Friday, it really brings home to us the fact that it's how we live with each other that's absolutely critical. In Toronto today, half the people living in Toronto were born outside of Canada. And it's a human experiment that's underway to bring people of all different backgrounds together and to ensure that they can live together in harmony and that they can draw the best from each other. That is, I think, in many ways, the greatest challenge that we face in coming years. It's how we ensure that in our urban areas and our societies that we're able to find formulae that will allow us to work in harmony with one another.
Thank you very much. Jaime.
Maybe just to add one final thought on a topic we haven't discussed, which is health and sanitation. I'm reaching a conclusion, and the thesis I have is that urbanization is here to stay. You'll get it. There'll be denser and denser, populations keep increasing, and the danger of health and sanitation becoming a major issue or perhaps a massive problem is always there. That revolves around waste, about the way water is handled, and the health needs, I guess, of a population that's increasingly dense. I think that's an area that perhaps should be overweighted as we move on, and the kind of infrastructure that supports the health of individuals be given a bigger weight than normal. Of course, notwithstanding all the other issues that need to be tackled.
Thank you very much. Robert.
I want to be really expert in the future at dealing and coping with disruption. We've spoken about the disruption that natural disasters may cause, and we're going to have to deal with those, whether they're weather events or man-made, as Perrin has just suggested. In dealing with the disruption of infrastructure, when we build that 18-kilometre underground rail tunnel straight under the middle of the city, it is going to alter the way the city operates for 6 years. And we're going to need to deal with that as we do that. Or it might be disruption of technologies like Uber, as Perrin just said. Or it might be the fact that in my central street, the central spine of our city, we took all the private cars out of it. All of them. So there's only trams, the busiest tram route in the world, pedestrians and cyclists. Disruptive. But no great city in the world is trying to bring more cars into its centre. And so you've got to do something about that if you want a livable city. And finally, a subset of what Perrin said then. I think about disruption in employment. Unless people have a job, unless you have an economy, unless you are prosperous, you can't do any of the other stuff. It's the coping stone. It's the first building block. In Australia at the moment, the car manufacturing industry is exiting Australia, GM, Ford and Toyota, because we're simply not competitive on labour costs with countries like the Philippines. And so how do we cope with that disruption? How do we generate the new employment in the knowledge sectors that will keep us a prosperous city? How do we educate young people for jobs that don't yet exist? How do we give them lifelong learning skills so that they are a part of that new economy and can contribute to resilience, to sustainability, to taking care of each other and that living? So I think that ability to cope with and absorb disruption whatever form it takes, and turn it to your advantage is what's going to be crucial in the future of cities, because they're just not going to be like they are right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a rich, wide-ranging discussion on the future of cities and the cities of the future. And it is clear from this discussion that this is not just a discussion about urbanization. This is a discussion on how we will live and work in the future, because more and more of us will be living in cities. And it's also clear from this discussion that it's not just about the usual things about cities. It's about technology, it is about governance, it is about how we are to live with each other, it is about partnerships, it is about investment, it is about financing, some of which we were not able to touch in this discussion. This is an important discussion. It is the beginning of a conversation, and we need all to take part in this conversation. For now, please join me in thanking our excellent panel, Jaime Zobel,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We hope you enjoyed that session on livable cities. For those of you who are on Twitter, we had a tremendous amount of feedback and retweets and tweets all about that city session. So if you are on Twitter, look us up at APEC CEO Summit, and you'll be able to follow all of the developments on Twitter and contribute to the conversation on Twitter. And we're also on Facebook as well. So I'd like to invite you to take your seats. We're going to begin the next session. We're going to move from the future of livable cities to the future of free trade, talking about the future of trade across the Asia Pacific, and a question that really gets to the heart of APEC. We are delighted to have a very strong panel that includes the Prime Minister of New Zealand and the Chief Executive of Hong Kong. And to moderate your session and to tie it all together, and to provide greater clarity to the murky world of APEC and acronyms of the future of free trade, I'd like to invite your moderator, Mr. Andrew Stevens, the Asia Pacific editor for CNN International. Please give Mr. Andrew Stevens a warm welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Could I perhaps ask everybody to take their seats, please, so we can get this session underway. We'll just wait a couple of minutes until the people coming in are seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has begun. Please take your seats now.
Okay. Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to everybody here for this session, which I think is addressing one of the fundamental issues facing APEC, which is, of course, where to from here? What is the next horizon for trade in the APEC region? Where do we go to from here? Now, I'm sure it hasn't escaped your notice that with the failure of the Doha round of talks to the World Trade Organization, there has been something of a proliferation of regional trade deals. Many of them, of course, in this area. The TPP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, APEC's own, very early days, but the free trade area for Asia Pacific, all now on the agenda, so to speak, in spite of or because of the failure of the WTO talks, not clear yet. But certainly it does raise the questions, can they work together? Do these trade deals actually overlap and dovetail? Are they rival trade blocs? These are the sort of questions we're going to be looking at with our session today. And we're also going to be looking at the complementary policies, the policies you need to make trade work in this region. What's being done that needs to be done to make trade better? And as you are aware, we have a very, very distinguished panel today. We have not one, two heads of state from two very dynamic and very open economies. So I would like you to join me in welcoming our first speaker today, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Mr. John Key. The Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Mr. Leung Chun-ying. The Chief Operating Officer of FedEx, Mr. David Cunningham. And the President of the Asian Development Bank, Mr. Takahito Nakao. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your valuable time today. It is greatly appreciated. Now, I would like to start with Mr. Key, Prime Minister of, as I said, a very successful and very open economy, a country that 30 years ago was one of the more regulated, one of the most regulated economies, today one of the least regulated, who believes in open trade, a member of TPP, and also a member of the Regional Comprehensive Platform. From where you sit, being involved so intimately for so long with trade in this region, what's the vision? What do you see is the way forward?
Well, Andrew, firstly, thanks for the opportunity to be here on the panel. I acknowledge my panel members that are here. Look, I suppose as a starting point, as a brief bit of history, I mean, you're quite right, New Zealand was a very closed economy. Up until 1984, really restrictions on absolutely everything happening in New Zealand, and they had the impacts that you would expect. I mean, we really didn't, outside of probably exporting lamb chops and a few things off the land, produce things that were terribly competitive. And because of the changes that occurred in our economy with Britain going into the European Common Market in the early 1970s and the oil crisis, by 1984 New Zealand really was in a financially difficult position and had to change. And so from that point on you saw tremendous opening up of New Zealand and deregulation on so many fronts, and that really was pronounced when it came to trade. So in 1983 we signed CER, close economic relations with Australia, probably the most comprehensive trade deal that you can find. 16 years later, in 1999, we signed a deal with Singapore, and subsequent to then, there's been a lot of different trade deals signed. In the time that I've been Prime Minister, We've effectively signed up all parts of One China. So the previous government had just finished the paperwork on the first OECD developed country to have a free trade agreement with China. We've extended that to all parts of One China, Hong Kong and Taiwan. We've also signed a free trade agreement with Korea, with Malaysia, ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand free trade, and most recently TPP. So I suppose our view would be that for a country like New Zealand, 4.5 million people at the bottom of the world, no one owes us a living. We're certainly not going to get rich selling things to each other. And so we believe enormously in the benefits that come from free trade. To give you some example of that, if you look at the free trade agreement we signed with China, the estimated benefits for New Zealand were $115 million worth of tariff reductions and about $1 billion of additional benefits. When it comes to TPP, on a like-for-like basis, we estimate the reduction in tariffs to be about a $259 million benefit and a $3 billion overall benefit to the economy. The interesting thing with the China FTA is we outperformed that by 11 times more than what we actually thought the best modelling would be. And that's because the economists model this very much on a static basis of what the reduction in tariffs will mean, not what the elasticity of demand will be when consumers can buy those products at a much lower price. So from our point of view, we live in a world where we would like to see much greater capacity for us to trade on a level playing field in open markets. And so we are great believers in not only what's been achieved through TPP, but hopefully there'll be an extension of TPP with more countries joining. We're also members of RCEP, and we believe that's complementary, and we'd love to see that completed as well. But we are very strongly of the view that in a world where tariffs and quotas and restrictions aren't in place, countries actually rise up to that challenge. They obviously embrace that. Your companies become much more competitive on a global basis. It's a great thing for consumers, but it's also a very good thing for your own country. And we have never signed a free trade agreement with any country where we haven't seen benefits and extended benefits to both sides. And I suppose the other last point I'd really make is that and the chief executive of Hong Kong doesn't need any encouragement. This is he's a rabid free trader like we are in New Zealand. But what I would say is that you will always get resistance to free trade agreements. Even in New Zealand, there were protests when it came to TPP. So I had protesters following me around the country for about 12 months during that period of time. I'd just simply make the point I made when I was at the G20 in Brisbane a year or so ago, which is you will always get those protesters. So don't sign up, I think, to a poor quality deal, because if you're just simply doing that because you think you'll get less concern and less protesters, it won't happen. Those people who are opposed to free trade will be opposed whether the deal is good, bad or indifferent. And I think we actually do have to strive for free trade agreements that actually materially make a difference. So if you think about TPP, for all of the challenges of negotiations, and the big sticking points were obviously agriculture when it came to intellectual property, particularly around pharmaceuticals and automobiles. When you look at what happened there, we've still seen from New Zealand's point of view a 93% elimination of tariffs over time. So a very comprehensive, quite high quality deal, and we would encourage more of that. So that's really our perspective on free trade.
It's interesting you mentioned that about the protest, because my perspective is, or perception is, that we really have moved a long way from Seattle and those big protests we all remember. There is protest, but much less so now, but that's a topic we will discuss a bit later. You mentioned Mr. Leung, a fellow free, open market trader. Mr. Leung, can you tell us, as a leader of Hong Kong, and Hong Kong has this reputation as a very dynamic and open economy, what is your vision for the future? What is the right way forward?
We believe firmly in the further expansion of the economies in the APEC zone. I don't think we need to sort of talk about the virtues or the whys of promoting free trade. We don't even need to talk about what free trade is. Both Hong Kong and New Zealand, and there are many other economies out there, but the two economies that are represented on this platform have proved the virtues and the whys of promoting free trade. Going forward, what I think we need to do is to seriously look at the hows. I think the Doha round has not been successful. We need to look at the many plurilateral and bilateral free trade arrangements between and among economies in this region and in other parts of the world too. But I think while we, as the freest economy in the world, we've been ranked the freest economy in the world for 20 years in a row. We believe that we want to be a party to these agreements and making a bold statement, a general statement, we want to be a party in these, to these bilateral and plurilateral agreements. But at the same time, I think we want to be careful not to end up for the world, not for Hong Kong itself, in a situation where some of these agreements actually make things rather complicated and confusing for enterprises, particularly small and medium enterprises that prevail in many parts of this region's economy, including Hong Kong. I said at the beginning that I firmly believe and have faith and confidence in this region's economy because I think over the last 10 and 20 years, if you look at the volume trade that's going on in this region, and one example is it's the volume of trade between Hong Kong and the ASEAN countries, of which the Philippines is part. The ASEAN countries are now the second largest partner of Hong Kong's in the space of merchandise trade, only after the mainland China. It's now replaced the United States and the European Union as our second largest trading partner in merchandise. The economies in this region have been growing quite handsomely, and we believe in further growth in the years ahead, particularly as China's One Belt, One Road initiative is being rolled out. And we don't need to look at the map of the world to realize Hong Kong is very much the gateway of that Belt and Road network. And so with that in mind, again, speaking from where I am, speaking for Hong Kong, I think there is all the more reason for us to promote free trade amongst the Belt and Road economies, if not other economies in the world too.
Thank you, Mr. Leung. David Cunningham, one of our panellists who couldn't make it today, sadly, because of what happened in Paris, was the Secretary-General of the OECD, which has just put out a fairly grim outlook on global trade. I think the growth figure is 2% for 2015. I think the average number is 6%. CEO of FedEx, can you just explain, just tell us what conditions are like out there and what you are expecting on global trade? What are your models telling you?
Well, it goes without saying that our thoughts and our prayers are with all of those in Paris and in Europe who are dealing with some very difficult situations. It's impossible to imagine the issues that they're facing. Yes, I mean, I think, if you look at trade and you look at trade over the past 5-6 years since 2008, you'll see that there's been an increase in protectionism, there's been a decrease in trade, there's been a decrease in GDP.
This is post-2008, the GFC.
I understand, but the point that I'm making, though, is that that's where TPP is so important in terms of moving forward, because just within this past 7 months in the G20, there have been over 119 protectionist measures that have impacted trade and trade flows. So that's why I'm so and we're so strong in support of TPP, which is an agreement that has defined requirements on the part of the participants. It's a high benchmark agreement, and one that we certainly hope that more will join up to it. But to your question, I think the next point that we need to talk about is that while the agreement is there, it hasn't been ratified or approved in any of the countries which have reached it, and that is the next big challenge that we face.
Mr. Nakao-san, as a developmental bank, as someone responsible for providing the complementary policies or helping provide the complementary policies of trade, if you like, to make the arteries and make the flow of trade smoother through infrastructure, through financing. Just give us your perspective on how the development of those sort of policies are coming in Asia.
First of all, I'd like to stress that the regions, this region, especially ASEAN countries and also East Asian countries, and now India and Bangladesh and other Southern Asian countries are now growing fast at the rate of around 6% overall, is because of open trade and investment regimes. There is no question about it. The more protectionistic attitude toward trade and also investment from abroad because of ideas and so on. They have adopted open trade, and important reason China growing very fast, Vietnam. So how we can comment in that regard? Plus 6 countries, 3 ASEAN plus connectivity in the infrastructure of cross borders. The second is trade finance. Especially global financial crisis financed by facilitations among sub-regions. So those are than the GDP growth and the trade because of a slow is less commodity resource dependent growth pattern of China. So there is a slowdown. So how can we once again promote, encourage trade through these initiatives, and also by looking at the value change between countries, how we can foster value change in these countries, and also what we call a production network either way. So those are challenges to us.
I just want to open this up to more discussion now. And 2 speakers, both the Prime Minister and David Cunningham, did mention TPP quite strongly there. Prime Minister, to you first of all, can there be a trade deal in Asia Pacific that excludes either the US or China? Because that's what we have at the moment. We have a TTP that excludes China and RCEP that excludes the US. Is that workable, or do you have to make this work properly, do you have to have one overarching trade deal? And if you do, which one is it? Which do you think works better?
Well, obviously you can have that because TPP's been concluded so far with 12 partners, and China's not part of that, and neither is India. It also depends on and tariffs and benefits that came to New Zealand came in the countries we didn't have a free trade agreement with. So when we signed TPP, we really didn't have, prior to that, a free trade agreement with the United States, with Mexico, with Canada, or Japan. So that's where the $259 million worth of benefit came, and the $3 billion, because with a lot of the other countries, existing members, so in our case, if China was free, probably the benefits for New Zealand is small because we've already covered all of that through our existing agreements. But I think if you take a step sort of back, you have to say, as Chief Executive did, I think that the WTO process isn't working well. It's failing us, and there's no great sign that it's actually going to improve anytime soon. So in the absence of that, then we need these regional deals to be as broad as possible. And I think you'll either see a situation where other countries will voluntarily sign up to TPP, or alternatively, RCEP will come to fruition, and maybe they'll sit alongside each other.
They can sit alongside each other.
Well, they can.
It's not ideal, or it doesn't really matter, as long as there's a free trade agreement in there.
It's not perfect, and currently India is not a member of APEC, of course, so they're excluded. And if you think about TPP, its genesis comes from the APEC economies. I mean, the perfect included, all of the 21 countries and economies that sit within APEC are included in a free trade agreement, and actually, bluntly, India would be part of that group because of its sheer size and significance. So that would be our ambition.
Mr. Leung, would you agree with that? I mean, in an ideal world, an overarching one trade policy, one trade deal?
In the ideal world, yes. I think WTO was an attempt at that.
And why did it fail?
We want to be careful looking at these and bilateral trade agreements and other plurilateral agreements, not to end up with or end up in a spaghetti bowl of trade agreements. Just imagine you are one of these small to medium-sized enterprises out there who need free trade arrangements on one hand, but sitting in this spaghetti bowl of all kinds of bilateral, multilateral, and plurilateral agreements. What do you do? I mean, it would be highly confusing. It might even be counterproductive.
And that's what we are seeing that. David, from FedEx's point of view, are you seeing this, the spaghetti bowl, if you like, where small and medium-sized enterprises are being penalised because of different rules applying to different free trade agreements?
Absolutely. I mean, I've sort of got one leg or foot that's been in Asia and in Hong Kong for the past 22 years, and I've got one that's back in the U.S. And so, the great thing about a bilateral agreement is that it connects two countries and simplifies rules. The bad thing about multiple free trade agreements is the complexity. And where CY talks about small and medium-sized enterprises, think about the complexity of being in a market and trying to figure out the rules for this market and that market and another market without transparency, without digitization, without de minimis commonality and all these other issues that are being dealt with TPP. And it's incredibly complex, and you say, it's just too hard to work. But the reality of it is the small and medium-sized enterprises that do trade internationally, that do take advantage, are growing at a multiple of GDP. And those that, but it's a fairly small percentage. And when we think about programs like TPP, or what we're really trying to do is lift up, make it available to those small and medium-sized enterprises, which represent 99% of employers and half of employees in the world, make available to them what's available to global and national corporations, and that benefits all.
Mm. One of the other issues I think you'd have to say also is that every country, large or small, only has a finite amount of resource to negotiate these free trade agreements. So if you'll put as much energy into a bilateral negotiation as you will a regional negotiation or a multilateral negotiation. And even if you're the United States with all of the might of USTR, there's a limit to actually how much they can negotiate at one given point in time and how much political capital you can expend on that. So the issue is, if one of an argument, New Zealand wants to have a free trade agreement negotiated with Korea, we'll have as many people on that as we almost will on TPP. So that's the problem when you're trying to negotiate hundreds of bilateral deals. You've just got so many people tied up. It's a highly inefficient way of operating.
Which brings us just back to this point about, it sounds to the panel is in agreement that it would be for efficiency's sake and for clarity and for transparency to have one deal. And we did have a World Trade Organization. The Doha round, as we know, is not working.
On that issue, of course, it's better if we can have one single worldwide trade agreement. But realistically, trade is bilateral. It's not like finance. It's more bilateral. So negotiation is needed between countries. And in that regard, I really appreciate the impact of positive impact of the TPP and also RCEP by ASEAN plus 3 countries and ASEAN economic communities. These arrangements would reduce the tariff, and among ASEAN countries, 96% of tariff line is already zero. And if we look at only ASEAN original 6 countries, it is 99% of tariff is already zero. So it means that there is a tremendous impact on lowering tariff. But in addition, I'd like to stress the importance of harmonizing intellectual property rights protections and also service sector regulations and the harmonization of dispute mechanisms. So from FedEx point of view, from company's point of view, the spaghetti bowling is a serious issue. But from the perspective of promoting lower barriers in tariff and non-tariff barriers, service harmonization, and so on, if countries make efforts to lower those bars, it would have a tremendous impact, and it would be paving the way for more global initiatives. So in short, I think trade creation impact versus the diversion impact can be tremendous. Although I agree that for the inconvenience of taking over so many different tariff structures and so on, it would cause a trouble. But overall, this is a way to go to the more liberalized trade system overall.
I was just going to ask CY, as Hong Kong, a founding signatory to the World Trade Organization, is there a chance that with this new round of trade deals that it will re-spark interest in getting the Doha round back on track, or is it actually taking it further away?
Well, I do see, despite the shortcomings or even failure of WTO, I do see the significance and the importance of having a multilateral trading system, such as WTO. It is very important because it provides stability and authority. I think we should not give up on WTO. While as a stopgap or one-off measures, we are reasonably happy with the bilateral and plurilateral agreements that we have. But these are basically sort of fallback positions. I think if at all possible, as a key proponent of free trade in the world with no barrier, NO, and not low, just low barrier for Hong Kong, we'd like to see a solid global arrangement.
Which would be under a WTO auspices, I guess. Yeah. Prime Minister, do you see the WTO as a spent force? Do you?
Look, we're ever hopeful. I guess the only thing I would sort of say realistically is that the last successful round in the WTO was Uruguay, and that was nearly 20 years ago. And it's a long time between drinks. You know what I mean? We're kind of keen to make progress, and when you said earlier, well, why does it fail? I mean, there's no point in sort of pointing fingers at people, but inevitably when it comes down to a free trade agreement, the sticking point is always agriculture, certain manufactured items like cars, and to a certain degree, intellectual property. And if you look at TPP, there were 23 chapters, but in the end, all the work came down to those 3 areas. That's why the Maui round failed, and it was what took a successful outcome in Atlanta, was to find agreement in that. And if you think about when Doha fell over some years ago, it in the end was the agricultural lobby that was stopping that. And so my only point is that to make a free trade agreement successful, you eventually have to burn some political capital. I mean, those 12 leaders that signed up to TPP, bluntly led by Obama, eventually said, we're going to do this. And it's not easy stuff for Shinzo Abe in Japan. It wasn't easy for Stephen Harper facing an election in Canada.
What about you?
Well, for us, I mean, we come from a little country at the bottom of the world. No one owes us a living. Most New Zealanders are of the view that we've been hugely successful as a result of free trade. So, yep, there were challenges and there were protests and there was some pushback. But to the point David made, I mean, our Parliament will pass CPP. It goes through a sort of vetting process, and we'll get through there. I think he's right to point out there are real challenges of ultimately still getting it through the House in the US, but in the end, President Obama got TPA through, and I think in the end he'll get TPP through.
Let's assume that TPP is viable and it will get the correct ratification. The question I want to turn to now is the rules-based TPP versus the tariff/duties model, if you like. This is much more binding. The TPP is much more binding on labour issues, on environmental issues, on third-party arbitration issues. Perhaps I'll start with you, Mr. Leung. Do you see this more rules-based approach? As David was saying, it gives clarity for SMEs. It gives clarity for more people. Do you think that is the next way forward? Are we moving in that direction?
Hong Kong is very much a rule-based economy, and we welcome rule-based trade arrangements with other economies. But at the same time, I think the PPP has taken a high benchmark approach. These high benchmarks and high standards could become rigid, again, for two reasons for economies in Asia. Firstly, the Asian economies are dominated by small and medium-sized enterprises. And secondly, the economies in Asia are very diverse. I mean, Asia is very much a continent of contrast, and that definitely applies to the composition of our economies. It could become inflexible when it comes to application to each and every of the economies in Asia.
So you could end up with it being counterproductive, in other words?
Yes, we have yet to see TPP in practice.
Right, okay.
There could be rigidity.
But is it a point that, could you say that, as you say, it's a high benchmark, so therefore there is a benchmark, you must work towards that, get your house in order, if you like? Is that a way of looking at it? Mr. Leung?
Well, yes, I think it's good to set high benchmarks, and I think in the TPP arrangement we see things such as digital trade, e-commerce, and investment, and so on. And these, on the application level, could produce difficulties for Asian economies.
Nakao-san, can I ask you your comments on that? Do you see the rules-based TPP as the way forward, or should it be more based on just cutting tariffs and opening trade that way?
Oh, yeah, of course, there are many areas we should work together to harmonize the system. And it's not just a tariff, which is important. Of course, we should have a harmonized system of intellectual property protections, and also the dispute mechanism and trade facilitations like customs clearance. So we should aim at more harmonized rules in countries. So in that regard, the TPP has provided a good model to go ahead, but to go in that direction. But RCEP, for instance, ASEAN Plus 6 initiative and ASEAN Economic Communities, they have a different kind of set of approaches, but it's not necessarily not the rule-based approach. They are also targeting a rule-based approach, but with a softer, and also less speedier approaches. But we are going in the same directions, and that would help. But during that time of the process, maybe it would cause some trouble, difficulty to businesses. But of course, we should go in that direction.
John Key, as a signatory, obviously, to TPP, when the chief executive of Hong Kong says it could be counterproductive, how would you respond to that?
I think it depends on your starting point. So it's interesting within TPP, it's not universal everywhere. The rules actually and the tariff elimination varies within countries. And so it's not a stock standard approach everywhere. And so what I think actually is important there is it's firstly a lot easier for a country like New Zealand, which has high levels of transparency, open SOE procurement. All of those things make being a signatory to TPP for us a lot easier. Secondly, my understanding is that for countries that are emerging and developing, like Vietnam, for instance, they have more time, they have greater flexibility. So without that, it would be very difficult for them to sign up. The one area where there was some, at least, discussion, debate, pushback is around investor-state dispute, which you pointed out earlier. And the argument that gets put up around investor-state is that you lose sovereignty because ultimately, through a third jurisdiction, you can have a dispute between a government rule change and a private investment taken to a neutral arbitrator. Well, we've had investor-state in the last 4 FTAs we've signed, and we've never had a case taken against New Zealand.
In fact, my view is you never will see a case taken against New Zealand because we're very unlikely as a government. There's been no experience across various successive governments where you've ever seen them make a rule change which is likely to have to be tested somewhere else. But actually, of itself, it's no bad thing that is there. I mean, if you look at the case that's there against Germany at the moment in relation to the nuclear power plant, actually the investors got a pretty fair point. On the back of a policy that was there, they invested a lot of money with the view ultimately to getting a financial return, and it's quite within Germany's rights to change its perspective on whether nuclear power should be available or not. But actually, if you're not going to be compensated for that, how and why will any international investor make those decisions? So, I mean, I think it just depends on your starting point, but in the end, people's appreciation and acceptance of the rules will rise over time, and I think that's a good thing.
Just on that point of sovereignty, let's take climate change rules, for example, that trade would be predicated to a degree on how goods are made to carbon footprints, yes. I understand. Isn't that a sovereign issue? Isn't that a sovereignty issue that it's up to a government of a country to decide what it can and can't do on climate change?
Yes, and I think ultimately, if you got to a point where any trade deal, TPP, RCEP, anything else, was so restrictive that you lost the right to make those calls or at least negotiate those, what you'd ultimately do is lock some countries out from joining. Because we're, all of us are heading off to, from what I can see, to Paris in a couple of weeks' time for COP21. You're going to have, well over, I think, 150, 160 countries turning up already with their own prescription for what their emissions target should be, and they'll all be different. And if you take a country like New Zealand, we have funnily enough, because of our agricultural produce, a developing country profile for very much a developed country. And we by definition have to go with a slightly different perspective than, say, another country that has a different makeup and composition of its emissions profile. So I think within all of these things, while you're trying to standardise the rules and standardise the way we operate with one another, and that's hugely important, the sort of stuff behind the border, behind the scenes, all this sort of stuff. You want all that to be able to flow as seamlessly and standardised as possible. I think within the agreements, you can actually have flexibility in there, and over time we'll reach the same sort of standard, but we won't all start in the same place, and we didn't in TPP.
David Cunningham, President Barack Obama has said on numerous occasions on the TPP that who will write the rules of the 21st century trade deals, and the US wants to write them through the TPP. Do you think, from what you see and what you're talking about, how small and medium-sized companies struggle, that the TPP is the best way to go? Well, and to CY's point too, about sort of a high benchmark for many countries, too high.
Well, I don't think it's the U.S. It's 12 countries that have agreed to write the rules for 12 countries, and then the question is who else wants to join in? I do think it's the right way to go, and I think it's for the small and medium-sized enterprises. I mean, at the end of the day, as I said earlier, the big company has the ability to deal with the complexity and the duties and taxes and the tariffs out there, and enterprises that same set of resources where the transparency and leveraging of the digital economy creates an ability for them to participate in the global economy. Economies like Hong Kong and Singapore and others that are very transparent or very easy trade, New Zealand, where it takes a half a day to open a business in that market, they've set the standard in terms of that benchmark. The other economies want to bring their economy along and open up access both in and out for their entrepreneurs and their small and medium-sized enterprises. So I think it's as a result of the failure of the broader types of agreements, this is a huge deal, a huge step forward.
But let me just add one quick point to this. The reason why I keep coming back to the importance of SMEs, why we should bear them in mind in forging new agreements, be they bilateral or whatever. is that they form not only the backbones of many developing economies, they will be the engine of the world's economic growth. And we've seen that in Hong Kong and in many parts of Asia. And more importantly, and we've experienced this in Hong Kong too, and a very positive experience, they are adaptive and flexible. And so we should bear them in mind.
Do you think generally that SMEs are looked after well enough in trade deals, or do trade deals tend to favour bigger companies?
Well, if you look at the other side of your question, I would say if we have an efficient and a user-friendly free trade platform for them, we'll see much higher growth rates in international trade and also domestic growth.
So you're saying that we don't really have it at the moment?
We don't have that at the moment, no.
Right. That's interesting. Mr. Noakal, do you see that too, that these smaller, medium-sized companies are being...
Yeah, of course, once again, those are small and medium-sized companies or even micro companies. It's more difficult to address complexity and the procedural issues of the TPP and other frameworks. But overall, if we look at the history of Asian development, the SME have been engines of the value chain or production network, and it was the basis of high growth of many countries, including in Vietnam and China. Of course, there are state-owned enterprises in those countries, but we cannot say that SME were disadvantaged in this process of growth. But in addition to just a trade arrangement, we should also look at how we can support companies and SMEs. We need to pay more attention to the financial structures, how we can invite financial inclusion for SMEs, and how we can have a more microfinance. So
can you just speak to that, and how do you make it financially easier to get those companies access?
So those companies often have a limited access to trade finance and so on. So how we can help those small and micro companies to access to the trade finance, and that is a part of financial inclusion. And the financial inclusion is also to support those companies to invest for getting the advantage of these trade networks. So in case of ADB, we have been supporting partner banks including in the Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia and so on, to establish a framework of microfinance. And we lend to those partner banks, and those partner banks then on lend to those small and medium-sized enterprises or even micro companies. So that kind of initiative should be even further encouraged in ASEAN framework, in the TPP framework and so on. And it would help the companies to deal with the opportunities.
And of course, you deal with developing economies. For a developed economy, do you need extra special policy for SMEs, or at that level, it is very much a level playing field?
We try pretty hard not to have special policies for our SMEs. I agree they're the engine room of growth. I mean, they're 95% of the businesses in New Zealand are big employers, and when they're taking on an additional 1 or 2 workers over time, that's what's really moving the dial when it comes to employment and the likes. I just think the problem, once you start setting those rules, it becomes very challenging, because company structures change and all those sorts of things. I mean, I think the only thing I would sort of say to you is I think free trade agreements help in terms of the rules around free trade by definition and all of the different complexities of that. But they're only one part of that. By definition, they don't fix all of the problems. And we have got lots of countries we have a free trade agreement with, but we're still constantly working with the officials on the ground in those countries to see our goods flow faster across the border. And the second thing I'd say is that to give a bit of credit to the APEC members here, if you look at the behind the border reduction in costs and the speeding up in processing and all of those sorts of things, over the last decade there's been quite significant gains made. And I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what they are, but our guys will be able to tell you. And that's a practical result of the work that APEC members have been doing over the last decade of coming to these APEC meetings and actually practically sitting around and saying, okay, when we send this particular good across this border, this is what we find and this is what we need to standardise, and there's been a lot of gains. So it's not just all your eggs in a trade basket. I think there's a range of things you have to do, and that's one of the real benefits of APEC.
It's a very good point. And to that point, have, for example, you come to this forum with a specific angle, agenda about that behind the borders development, further development? Is there an area which you see needs to be addressed more urgently?
Yeah, our guys would certainly say to you that they've been working on a number of different areas. I can't tell you specifically the bits, but they work pretty hard on that, and the meetings that they go through are quite practical in terms of actually getting to the real specifics of how documentation works, how these things flow, how you recognise that. And I think that's the big gain actually that you can get from something like APEC, where you have a happy marriage between not just the political leaders, because that can take you so far, but actually the very people that implement that in terms of your business community.
C.Y. Long, perhaps I could put that same question to you. Is there something specifically at this APEC that you are looking for, Hong Kong is looking for, if you like, to help facilitate trade?
Well, we like to promote more and better free trade in the world as a whole. But more specifically, we like to pursue our discussions, which have been going on pretty smoothly with our trading partners in the ASEAN countries. We've been negotiating on free trade agreements with all 10 member nations of ASEAN. And we are hopeful, both the Hong Kong side and the ASEAN side are hopeful that these agreements could be completed, all 10 could be completed next year. 10
agreements, free trade agreements with the ASEAN countries.
Yeah.
David Cunningham, when you speak to your clients, what do they say to you? Is there a recurring theme about specifically something they would like to see addressed by a forum like APEC to make their lives easier? And I know you have been talking a lot about the SMEs. Is there one clear, ringing issue that keeps coming up?
I think we've been talking about it all day. I mean,
Right.
it's simplification, it's transparency, it's access to the rules on for the countries so that I can understand what I need to do to be able to import or export. I mean, in this particular case, the TPP has reductions in tariff barriers of about 18,000 different products that are being reduced. One of the things, beyond trade in and of itself that happens with this is that all of the customs systems will be put online, and so there will be e-customs. Again, think about what we're doing with that. We're making it easier to do business for small and medium-sized enterprises, but what we're also doing is we're dramatically increasing the efficiency of customs organizations in the participating countries so that they can choose to look at the goods that they need to look at for safety or security or protection or for revenue purposes and not waste their time on de minimis value types of goods. So we speed up the economy as we go through with this. So, this deal is very broad and has many different impacts, but that's what our customers, whether they be big or small, make it more efficient for me to participate in the global economy.
Nakao-san, just on that efficiency and technology, how much is the ADB now putting into developing technology for emerging markets in trade to facilitate trade?
So as I said earlier, the trade facilitation is one of the key area for us to support countries. And in addition to tariff reductions and the harmonizations of the regulations, the domestic regulations, what is really important matters is how the customs clarification, clearance can be speedier and more efficient. And to do that, we need to integrate better technologies and also to have a harmonized approach to the customs clearance is so important. So we are supporting more e-customs, and also we are supporting the harmonizations of hygiene and quarantine regulations and so on. So
You're at the beginning or the middle of this process?
we are expanding that process together with the WTO or with the WCO, World Customs Organizations. They are so keen to facilitate customs clearance. It is becoming more and more important when we have a reduced tariff rate, but is impeding the smooth move goods is customs efficiency. That is really important.
Andrew, online commerce is huge. So in New Zealand now, you don't just shop at bricks and mortar shop. And one of the we either got a high level of inefficiency because of very low de minimis rate, and so the goods are held up with the logistics company before the consumer can get them, or you have a very high. You can see this in not because people tax, but because of sheer convenience and consumer choice that they get. And I do think we have to do more work in that space, because I think it's an inevitable trend. It's no bad thing, but you are going to see more and more consumers shopping online. Now, the OECD is doing a lot of work in this area where we're all trying to find a globalized solution for how companies can register and how people can actually legitimately buy online, pay the duty and the taxes that they're liable for, and actually have a seamless process. But we're going to have to do better at that, because with the greatest respect to some of these global multinationals, they are registering themselves in places where they can avoid paying taxation to a large extent. It isn't actually fair on what's going on, and actually we've got to get to a point where it's a simple process. We can do that, but we have to do it collectively.
And at what forum tackle this? You say is this an APEC an issue, a WTO issue?
It is, but APEC would be pretty narrow. I mean, services tax, major base erosion online. For your business either.
Something that needs to. Okay, whoops.
From the Prime Minister's point of view, that concerns us. We sympathize with the point made by the Prime Minister. Hong Kong is totally tax-free when it comes to transaction in the goods. Sometimes when I address an international audience in Hong Kong, I encourage them to pop into our shops and leave some money behind in Hong Kong. And often remind them, I said, when you leave Hong Kong, in the airport terminal, don't try to find a VAT, a refund counter. We don't refund VATs because we don't charge VAT in the first place. So it's not a practical issue for us, but I can see the point.
Okay, I would like to call for some questions from the floor. We are starting to run out of time here, but I would like to get a couple of questions in a week. There's a gentleman at the very front here. Sir, if you could just state your name and your affiliation.
Good afternoon. It's working. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Rui Moreno. I'm with the National Competitiveness Council in the Philippines. My question is to the Prime Minister. I noted your remark when you said that New Zealand is at the bottom of the world. And despite all of this, you seem to have some kind of competitive advantage in terms of being able to trade with the rest of the world. Is this because of the fact that these are agricultural products? You know, you have been able to optimize the manufacturing of milk. I understand the cows are not touched at all by human hands. No? And also, of course, probably taking advantage of the shipping. But considering that it's the bottom of the world, what is the competitive advantage that you have been able to optimize so that you can enter into these trade agreements? Thank you.
Well, firstly, I don't think there's any doubt that we're a great place to produce agricultural products. We're the largest dairy exporter in the world. But interestingly enough, actually, we're not a terribly large producer. I mean, we're about 3% of world production, and the world is growing roughly at a New Zealand a year for dairy demand. It's just what's happening is that we have a very small population, 4.5 million people. So there's no question we've got arable land, good sunshine, very good conditions for growing agricultural and horticultural products, not just dairy, but obviously beef, wine, you sort of name it. But actually there's also been a big increase in the manufactured products that are coming out of New Zealand and to the export services sector. And I think if you're really honest about it, what's happened in New Zealand, when we eliminated sort of the barriers to entry of companies, a huge amount of dislocation at the time, companies to be competitive. And we enter a free trade agreement, we don't, but it has made companies be competitive. And I think it will tell you that despite the fact that competition is an uncomfortable thing when you're in business, it's actually the thing long-term that makes you survive, because it forces you to have best practice. And I think, to give some credit to New Zealand businesses, I think that they have learnt to adapt to a competitive world where they just got to compete and be productive and successful, or they'll go out of business. And I don't think it's just as simple as the fact that we're a good place to grow things. I think it's about a culture of the way you do things.
I want to support my New Zealand friend by saying that from the consumer end, it's quality as well. A few years ago, we imposed a relevant duty on wines imported into Hong Kong. We don't produce any wine ourselves. And then we decided to cancel duty on wine, so totally duty-free when you buy in the shops. So it's a level playing field. It is important. It's free trade again. It's a level playing field for everyone, whatever the cost of a bottle of wine is. Surprise, surprise. Over the last couple of years, the price of the wine in the shops from New Zealand actually went up. Yeah. And that, given a level playing field, that's consumers' judgment on quality of products. And we do get some very good quality products from New Zealand. Thank you.
A nice endorsement. And I will also endorse Hong Kong's decision for dropping duties on wine.
Well, I don't want to rub it in, Andrew, as an Australian, but I will tell you the number one selling white wine in Australia comes from New Zealand.
Thank you very much for that. And we won't talk about rugby either. There was a question over here, sir.
Yes, thank you. Mick Wilkes from Oceana Gold. We are a significant APEC gold producer, including New Zealand, the Philippines, and soon the USA. First of all, Prime Minister, congratulations on the World Cup, another great example of international negotiations.
I thought I'd just ban that topic.
But my question has been partly answered, and it relates to the fact that the free trade agreements are underpinned by the confidence of business investing in foreign countries. And surprisingly, there are a number of cases where there has been a breach of contract, and companies are felt forced to go to arbitration with governments on these issues, after spending many millions, tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars in investment, and then the rules change. And so that's a serious impediment to the strength and integrity of these free trade agreements. I was wondering what more can governments do to minimise these breakdowns, particularly when it comes to the smaller countries, where for companies, if it gets to that situation, it becomes a very serious reputational risk for the company and therefore a very significant deterrent.
And you are addressing that question to?
Well, to the Prime Minister, it'd be good.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, in the end, if I can just talk about New Zealand, if we were solely to rely on have enough capital, and in the end, that or an awful lot of countries rely on foreign capital at some point. And I think that if politicians don't take that seriously, then what you end up getting is a situation where foreign investors will get burned, the reputational damage is huge, and the capital stops flowing to that country. And we can see lots of examples of that. So that's why myself, I feel quite comfortable about investor-state dispute resolution being part of an FTA, because I'm very confident that the government, whatever prescription they come from in New Zealand, will make the right decision when it comes to protecting property rights of foreign investors in New Zealand. And I think if they don't make the right decision, actually those foreign investors should have recourse for that. I think you should be free as a government to make the call that you want to change things. And if you take TPP, for instance, it's specifically excluded rules around tobacco and, for instance, plain packaging and intellectual property rights in that area. But I think, for the most part, if you want to see the flow of capital to your country, you actually have to give those international investors confidence. And the only way to do that is through the actions that you take as a government.
We've got time for just one more question, this gentleman here.
Liu Dongguang from Taiwan. I address this question to Prime Minister Key, and I invite other panelists to answer. I heard David said when different countries sign different FTAs, the big sufferers of that are all the SMEs. And as we know, most of the companies in our ASEAN countries are all SMEs and so forth. Prime Minister, you also said that it takes just as much time to sign a free trade agreement, sign a bilateral agreement, or sign a TPP. Andrew, you said that what good is a regional agreement if it doesn't have a United States or a China? Which leads me to think, well, maybe obviously we want TPP to succeed, but wouldn't the best solution be an FTAP, a free trade agreement over Asia Pacific? Now, my question is, what do you see are the roadblocks to a FTAP, and how can that be quickly achieved? Now, obviously, continue with TPP, but how do you progress the FTAP?
Just, if I could just quickly interrupt there, we are running out of time, and it is a very good question, and if I could ask the panelists to address that very, very concisely. Perhaps, David, if I can just start with you and just each panelist.
Quickly, my comments would be that what I was talking about was complexity of FTA agreements when you're trying to ship or import from multiple countries. But what I think you have to keep in mind is don't let best get in the way of better. And it's taken 7 years to reach this agreement, and now it's got to be ratified. We know of a number that have already failed. So don't let best get in the way of better.
Okay, CY.
Very essentially, I can see where Mr. Liu is coming from. Just that we sit back and reflect on the present situation. I think the situation is getting rather too complex, and adopt the marginal return or having more bilateral agreements. I think there's a case for that, FTAP. But with TPP and so on and so forth in the background, also in the pipeline, I think we need to pause and reflect.
I'm a bit more optimistic. I think what you've done with TPP is you've expanded out what was essentially, in 1999, a free trade agreement between New Zealand and Singapore. It then went out to the P4. Now you've got 12 countries involved. In the end, there are 21 countries or economies in APEC. And I can't see why, having set that benchmark now, if you're really talking about FTAP, which is an expansion from 12 to 21, why those other countries can't make their own decisions about whether they want to join or not. And if they do, I think the other 12 should let them in, as long as they're prepared to meet the standards that have been set. And that is the fastest way to expand what was ultimately, 16 years ago, 2 countries coming together into a free trade agreement across 21.
So an FTAB, a TPP rather than FTAB, people joining TPP?
Well, I don't think you need to reinvent the wheel. I think if we all want to have to go back to square one and say, on the basis that it gets ratified by the US Congress and everything else, are they really going to, in the United States, want to go back to base one? I think you're better to say, we've got an existing foundation stone, and let's have other countries join that, and other economies join that. And that doesn't mean we can't renegotiate. I mean, we signed a free trade agreement with China back in 2008. We're very hopeful we're going to renegotiate that. It's been a great deal for New Zealand, but you can do better. But once you've established that starting point, there's always room to keep growing and improving that.
Yeah, I would like to broaden the discussion a little bit. And the trade regime is so important, and investment climate is so important. We should continue to pursue a more open investment and trade regime, including the possibility of APEC-wise arrangement, which should be, of course, wider and open. But at the same time, I'd like to emphasize that to promote growth and development, trade should be also in tandem with the other efforts like infrastructure building. If we look at the Philippines, what matters is not just whether we have a low tariff or not. We need more ports and good highways and roads and railways and so on to support connectivity through trade. So in that regard, infrastructure investment is so important and still important. Energy is also important. So the ADB's operation, 80% of ADB's operations in amount-wise is the infrastructure investment. And we are very happy to have a cooperation with the new China-led bank of AIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And we are ready to co-finance with them next spring. We are happy to consider the first co-financing project with them.
This is a hugely important topic, and we have run out of time, but I would just like to ask our panelists very quickly, just closing remarks, just a minute or so. Please, Nakao-san, if I can start with you, closing remark.
Yeah, once again, I already mentioned the closing remark. That is
that's what I was wondering.
I thought there wouldn't be a chance. That's why I tried to broaden it. But anyway, what we need is the sense of cooperation in these regions, and I'd like to emphasize that this region has been, has enjoyed a benign environment of the stability or security issues, and we should make every effort to continue to have it. And that is a very important basis of a trade.
David Cunningham.
It's taken 7 hard years to get to this point with TPP, and now this has to be ratified by all the member countries. And so I don't think we have to be very careful we don't take the eye off the ball in making this a reality. And as I said, this is a significant step forward.
See why?
Quickly, let's not forget trade in services, which is growing and getting more important for everyone.
Prime Minister.
Well, I think we need to acknowledge that if you want high levels of global growth, then we need freer, open economic integration. And the one way of achieving that is we need people in this room and those that support that view to be champions of that. Because if you want your government to sign up to a free trade agreement, you have to have some other voices in the debate that balance up the negative oppositional perspective. And we need the global CEOs to be vocal about how important it is, and we need the chambers of commerce and the small and medium-sized companies to do that, because it's too easy to find people that are negative. We actually need some countering voices to fundamentally to give politicians confidence to make the right decisions.
John Key, New Zealand Prime Minister, C.Y. Leung, Hong Kong Chief Executive, David Cunningham, FedEx, and Nakao-san with the Asian Development Bank. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you once again to Prime Minister John Key of New Zealand, Chief Executive Leung of Hong Kong. Congratulations once again, sir, on the Rugby World Cup win. Well done. And to the wonderful panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin tomorrow morning's session at 8:45. We will have Jack Ma speaking, giving an insight discussion, so please come back for 8:45 tomorrow morning. Followed later on in the morning, we will have a fantastic lineup of sessions as well. Please return your headsets to either your seat or leave them by the door as you exit. Tonight's dinner is at 7 p.m. at the Ayala Triangle. Buses will be available downstairs, and the ushers will guide you. You may, of course, walk there as well if you feel like stretching your legs, and ushers will lead you along the way. Thank you very much, everybody. We hope you enjoyed the day. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:45. Thank you, and good night.